Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing wrong with the house was the tapping. Not the old house kind, either. Not pipes ticking after a shower, or branches dragging their nails along the siding. This was too patient for that. 3 soft knocks from behind the kitchen wall, then a pause long enough for me to convince myself I had imagined them, then 2 more. It happened while I was standing barefoot on a flattened cardboard box, holding a mug of coffee in one hand and a roll of blue painter's tape in the other, staring at the spot where the previous owner's refrigerator had left a yellow rectangle on the wall. Tap, tap, tap. I held my breath. The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere upstairs, my husband dropped a box and swore. Then the wall answered with 2 tiny clicks, like someone had dropped coins into a glass. My name is Nora Vance, 34, female, born in Pennsylvania and stubborn, in the way people become when they spend too much of their childhood waiting for adults to stop arguing. I had moved to Mill Creek Township, just outside Erie, because I wanted a house with a yard, a door I could paint any color I wanted, and enough distance from my old apartment that I could pretend noise didn't travel through walls anymore. That was the idea anyway. Fresh start, new mortgage, used pickup in the driveway, dust in every seam of my jeans. Nora, Matt called from upstairs. Did you pack the bed bolts with the lamps? I kept looking at the wall. Nora, why would I pack bed bolts with lamps? Because you packed the router with the Christmas towels. That was strategy. That was chaos with labels. The tapping had stopped. I set my coffee on the counter, which still smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and old onions, no matter how many times I wiped it down. The kitchen was narrow and bright in that late October way where sunlight doesn't warm anything. It just exposes dust. The cabinets were honey oak with brass pulls shaped like little leaves. The floor had cream vinyl squares, 2 of them curling up by the back door. Beneath the window, the baseboard heater wore a line of gray fuzz along its fins. The wall beside the refrigerator space was plaster over drywall, uneven where someone had patched it badly. There was a hairline crack running from the outlet down to the baseboard. I pressed 2 fingers against it. Nothing. Matt came down the stairs in socks, carrying a pillow under one arm and our smallest moving box under the other. Matt Vance, 36, male, my husband, was the kind of man who made jokes when he was anxious and lists when he was terrified. He had grown up in Cleveland, worked remotely as a systems analyst, and approached homeownership as if the house were a complicated appliance he could understand by reading enough forums. He had soft brown hair, a beard he kept meaning to trim, and the permanently careful posture of someone who had thrown his back out once and never emotionally recovered. He stopped when he saw me standing with my hand on the wall. "What did it do?" he asked. I looked at him. He shifted the pillow. "You have the expression." "What expression?" "The one from the apartment when you found out the laundry room guy was using everyone's detergent." I heard something in the wall behind it. He put the box down and listened with me, face tilted, eyebrows lifted. For a few seconds, the house gave us nothing but its ordinary vocabulary. The refrigerator compressor, wind rubbing the gutter loose over the side porch, the far-off rush of traffic on West 26th Street, a dog barking twice, and then deciding against it. Mouse, he said, coin mouse. What? It sounded like coins. Then a rich mouse. I didn't laugh, though he smiled at me like he had left room for it. We had bought the house because it was the only one in our price range that didn't need vision, which is realtor code for a second income, and a willingness to cry in a Home Depot parking lot. 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, 1958 build, cedar siding painted pale blue, detached garage, small fenced yard, unfinished basement that smelled like damp concrete, but not sewage. The inspection had found nothing dramatic. Aging roof, old electrical in the upstairs hall, slow bathroom vent. The seller, a retired widower named Mr. Ellery, had signed everything through an attorney and moved to Arizona before we ever saw him in person. At the closing table, his lawyer had said, he took good care of the place. I had believed her because I wanted to. That was one of my flaws. I could smell trouble in people, in their pauses and their over-explaining, and the way they glanced at exits. But give me a clean porch and a tree with yellow leaves dropping into a yard, and I would bargain with myself until the doubts sounded unreasonable. Matt moved closer and tapped the wall lightly with one knuckle. Hollow. That's normal, he said, already reaching for the version of the world where the problem had a YouTube tutorial. There's probably a chase back there. Old houses have weird gaps. It's not that old enough to hide its feelings. The wall clicked again. Matt's smile thinned. It was small, almost nothing. A dry little sound, like a tooth against ceramic. He lowered his hand. From the dining room, my phone buzzed on top of a stack of mail. I had it balanced beside the folder with our closing documents, 3 takeout menus, and a printed list titled First Week House Things in Matt's blocky handwriting. Utilities, trash day, change locks, find main water shutoff, replace smoke detector batteries. Do not panic. The text was from my younger sister. Lucy, are you alive or did the house swallow you? I typed back with one thumb. Emmy, alive, slightly swallowed. There may be mice in the wall. The typing dots appeared immediately. Lucy, that's how all prestige horror starts. Emmy, you're not helpful. Lucy, I'm helpful tomorrow. I'm bringing muffins and judgment. Lucy Hart, 29, female, my sister, lived 20 minutes away in Erie proper and worked nights as an ER registration clerk at UPMC Hamot. She had the clipped humor of someone who saw people on their worst days and refused to let fear have the last word. She also knew, better than anyone, how quickly I could turn a noise into a whole architecture of dread. When we were kids, she used to crawl into my bed during our parents' fights and whisper what she called evidence. The house was still standing, the dog was still asleep, the neighbors had not called the cops, so we were probably okay. Probably was the best she could ever offer. Matt leaned closer to the wall. Could be something loose in there, like a screw or a piece of old plaster, knocking by itself. Houses move. Matt, he turned to me. Do you want me to open it? The question should have been ridiculous. We had been homeowners for less than 26 hours. Half our dishes were still wrapped in newspaper. The upstairs bathroom had no shower curtain because I had packed it in a bag I couldn't find. There was a frozen pizza thawing on the counter because the oven manual was missing, and we weren't sure if the smoke smell meant dust or failure. Open the wall, as if walls were drawers. No, I said, too fast. He nodded once, but I saw the way he looked back at the crack. We spent the next hour pretending to unpack. Matt assembled the bed frame upstairs, the metallic scrape of Allen wrench against bolt echoing through the vents. I lined plates in cabinets and wiped mouse droppings from under the sink, except they weren't droppings, just pellets of old caulk, which did not make me feel as relieved as it should have. Every few minutes, I stopped and listened. The house settled. The wind shifted. A truck backed up somewhere outside with 3 flat beeps. The wall stayed quiet. By 4:30, the light had thinned to gray. Our neighbor came over while I was breaking down boxes on the back porch. He appeared at the gate in a green Carhartt jacket, holding a paper grocery bag against his hip. You folks the new owners. I nearly sliced my thumb with the box cutter. Sorry, he said, stepping back. Didn't mean to sneak up. No, you're fine. I folded the blade in with a click and wiped my palm on my jeans. I'm Nora, Cal Dempsey. He opened the gate only after I nodded. Cal Dempsey, 68, male, lived in the brick ranch house to our left and had the sturdy, weathered look of a retired tradesman, which he turned out to be. Former union electrician. Lifelong Erie County resident. The kind of neighbor who noticed which day your trash bins went out and whether your porch light had burned out, not from nosiness exactly, but because the street was a system and he had been maintaining systems his whole life. He handed me the bag. My wife made zucchini bread. She sends bread because she thinks it makes her seem less nosy. Does it work? Not even a little. I liked him despite myself. Matt came out through the back door, ducking under the sagging storm door closer. I introduced them. Cal shook his hand and glanced toward the house with a squint that might have been appraisal or memory. You bought the Ellery place, Cal said. We did, Matt replied. So far, we've learned the downstairs outlet hates the vacuum. Cal made a sympathetic sound. GFCI in the basement might be tied in. Don't ask me why. People do things. Did you know Mr. Ellery? I asked. Lived next door to him 30 years. The wind moved through the dry leaves piled along the fence, made a papery rushing sound that came and went like whispered applause. What was he like? Matt asked. Cal held his mouth in a straight line for a moment. Quiet, particular. Yard was always neat. That was not an answer, and the space around it prickled. Family, I asked. Wife passed about 10 years ago. No kids that I ever saw. He looked at the upper windows. He kept to himself after Marlene died. There were many ordinary reasons a man might keep to himself after his wife died. Grief could board up a person from the inside. I knew that. Still, Cal had said it the way people say a basement gets wet. We heard some tapping in the kitchen wall, Matt said. Probably a mouse. Cal's eyes moved to him, then to me. Kitchen wall where? By the fridge space, I said. He was quiet a beat too long. side of his jaw with his thumb. His nails were clean, but permanently dark at the edges from decades of work. That house had some handyman specials. Ellery didn't like hiring out. If you open anything, shut the power off first. That's comforting, Matt said. I mean it. Cal pointed toward our basement windows. Panels down there, yeah, labeling S probably wrong. Also comforting. Cal gave him half a smile, then looked at me again. You find anything strange, don't assume it's nothing just because it's old. The sentence hung there. From inside the house came another noise. Not tapping this time. A light, sliding clatter. All three of us turned. The back door was open behind Matt, and through it I could see the kitchen in a strip, the counter edge, the refrigerator gap, the wall with its crack. Something had fallen inside that wall. Not far. Maybe 6 inches. Maybe a foot. A delicate cascade of little hard pieces. Matt stepped inside first. I followed him. Cal stayed at the threshold, one hand on the doorframe. The kitchen smelled colder than it had before, though that was probably the open door. And it stopped. On the counter, the thawing pizza had softened inside its plastic wrap. My coffee had gone muddy and still in its mug. Matt crouched near the baseboard. What are you doing? I asked. Checking. With what plan? The plan where I check. He pressed his ear to the wall. His face changed. Not dramatically. He just stopped performing competence for me. That scared me more than if he had jumped back. What? I whispered. He held up a finger. From behind the drywall came one final tick. Then another. Then, faintly, a roll and settle like marbles finding the lowest point in a jar. Cal said from the doorway, You got a stud finder. Matt looked back at him. Somewhere, I've got one. No, I said. Both men looked at me. I hated how sharp my voice sounded. It bounced off the bare kitchen and came back smaller. I tried again. Not tonight. We just moved in. Matt stood carefully, knees popping. We don't have to. But I could hear the conflict in him. The practical part. The homeowner part. The man who needed problems named so he could shrink them into tasks. Cal lifted both hands. Not my house. Not my call. I wanted him to leave then. I also wanted him to stay forever. The wall looked stupidly normal. Bad paint. A crack. A scuffed place where the old fridge had rubbed. Nothing about it explained the way my skin felt too tight at my wrists. I thought of the apartment we had left in Pittsburgh. The man upstairs who screamed into his phone at 2 a.m. The radiator that banged so hard in winter, I used to sleep with earbuds in. The way I had promised myself that in this house, I would not become the kind of person who flinched at every sound. I would not let old fear colonize new rooms. Matt touched my shoulder. We can wait. That was love, I think. Not the big kind people make speeches about. The small kind. He wanted to know. I wanted not to. He chose me. For about 5 seconds, I was grateful. Then something behind the wall shifted with a crisp, unmistakable sound. Glass against wood. Cal heard it too. His eyes narrowed. Matt's hand fell from my shoulder. Nobody spoke. Outside, a car passed slowly on the wet street, tires whispering over leaves. The kitchen light flickered once, not enough to go out, just enough to make the brass cabinet pulls flash. Cal cleared his throat. Could be an old jar fell off blocking. People used to stash all sorts of junk in walls. A jar, I repeated. Could be. Matt looked at me. and I knew we were standing at the edge of the first real decision the house had asked of us. We could tape the crack, shove the fridge in place, order takeout, and spend the night pretending a thing sealed behind drywall had no claim on us. Or we could get Cal's stud finder, shut off the breaker, cut a clean square in the wall, and let whatever was inside become part of our lives before we had even found the box with the shower curtain. I picked up the roll of painter's tape from the counter. My hand shook once, just once. "Mark the spot," I said. Matt didn't move. "Nora, not open it," I said, and pressed a strip of blue tape beside the crack. "Just mark it. For tomorrow." The tape made a small tearing sound when I ripped it free with my teeth. Behind the wall, something answered with a single soft clink. By 9 the next morning, the blue tape had started peeling at one corner. That bothered me more than it should have. I stood in the kitchen with my second coffee and watched the little flap lift and settle every time the furnace kicked on, as if the wall were breathing through it. Outside, the sky had gone the color of wet newsprint. Rain tapped the back steps, steady and fine, and the maple leaves pasted themselves flat to the driveway. Matt had already been to Cal S and back. The stud finder sat on the counter beside a utility knife, a short pry bar, a flashlight, a roll of contractor bags, and the kind of cautious optimism men bring to projects they have only half researched. "We don't have to cut much," Matt said, for the third time. Was wearing safety glasses on top of his head like a person in a commercial about responsible home repair. He had also put on his old Cleveland brown sweatshirt, the one with the bleach spot near the cuff, which meant he was nervous and pretending not to be. "I heard you the first 2 times. I'm just saying, small inspection hole, we look. If it's nothing, we patch it. If it's mice, we call pest control. If it's old wiring, we call an electrician who isn't Cal." Cal was an electrician, retired electrician, which means he'll either save us money or burn the place down explaining how code used to be more sensible. From the dining room, Lucy said, "I vote burn it down now and save everyone time." Lucy had arrived with blueberry muffins, a rain jacket dripping onto our unpacked rug, and the pleased, wary expression of someone who had been invited into drama, but was trying not to enjoy it too openly. Lucy Hart, 29, female, my younger sister, had worked the overnight shift and still had her hospital badge clipped to her hoodie pocket. Her eyeliner was smudged under one eye. She smelled faintly of coffee, antiseptic hand foam, and the cinnamon gum she chewed when she needed to stay awake. She leaned in the doorway, muffin in hand, and squinted at the taped wall. "So this is the famous murder wall." "Don't call it that," I said. "Fine, dental wall." "Lucy, what?" "You said it sounded like teeth in a jar." "I said it sounded like small hard things in glass." "That's teeth in a jar said by someone who wants a mortgage deduction." Matt gave her a look. "You're helping. I brought breakfast. You brought anxiety with raisins. They're blueberries, and your fear response is ungrateful." Cal came through the back door without quite coming in, knocking on the frame even though it was open. Rain shone on the shoulders of his jacket. He had a canvas tool bag in one hand and a face that looked as though it had been awake longer than the rest of him. "Morning," he said. "Morning," Matt said. We're not making you work. I'm not working. I'm supervising irresponsibly. Cal Dempsey, 68, male, our next-door neighbor and retired electrician, had become involved in the way older practical men become involved, by warning us once, then showing up with better tools when we ignored the warning. He set his bag on the floor, glanced at me, and said, "You sure about this?" "No." That was the honest answer. I wanted to say no and shove the refrigerator into place and let whatever was in the wall become a private weather system we never discussed. But the tapping had continued after midnight, not constantly, not dramatically, just enough to keep finding me whenever I almost fell asleep. 2 ticks at 12:17. A slide at 1:03. A sound like a fingernail against a drinking glass at 2:40 that made me sit up so fast Matt grabbed my wrist. And that was the part I hated. Not the noise, my reaction to it. The old panic had crept in easily, familiar as a childhood hallway. My body did not understand that this was my house, that I had keys, that I was an adult woman with a mortgage and a phone and a husband sleeping beside me. It remembered being 13 with Lucy tucked under my arm, listening to our father move furniture in the living room after midnight while our mother whispered, "Don't go out there." It remembered learning that a closed door did not mean safety. It only meant you couldn't see the problem yet. So when Cal asked if I was sure, I said, "Yes." Matt looked at me carefully. "We can do it later. If we do it later, I'll listen all day." Lucy's expression softened. She didn't joke that time. Matt nodded once. Okay. The plan was simple. Shut off the breaker to the kitchen outlets. Verify with Cal's tester. Find the studs. Cut a rectangle between them just above the baseboard where the clicking had settled. Look, don't reach. That was Matt's phrase. Look, don't reach. Plans are such pretty little lies. Cal stood by the basement door while Matt went down to the panel. The house made him audible in pieces. The creak of the basement steps, the chain pull on the light, the metallic complaint of the panel cover. Label says kitchen outlets are breaker 12, Matt called. Cal made a face. Try 12, a click below. The refrigerator stopped humming. The kitchen seemed to expand around the silence it left. Matt came back up, and Cal checked the outlet with a little yellow tester that blinked dead. Then he checked another outlet near the sink. That one's still hot, he said. Matt blinked. But it's in the kitchen. Welcome to residential electrical archaeology. Which breaker? Cal's mouth tightened. We find out. That was the first delay. The second came when Matt flipped 4 more breakers and accidentally killed power to the upstairs bathroom, the living room, and half the dining room, but not the outlet by the sink. Lucy held her phone flashlight under her chin and said, "This is how electricians summon lawsuits." "Do you want to help?" Matt asked. "I'm helping morale. You are decreasing morale. I am accurately measuring morale." Cal finally found the right breaker under a label that said front bedroom/TV, written in faded pencil on masking tape. When the tester went dark, he looked at Matt. "You should get this panel mapped before winter. I'm adding it to the list. It should be near the top. It's a competitive list." The rain thickened outside. Water began ticking into the metal gutter over the back door with a hollow, irregular rhythm. The wall stayed quiet while Matt marked the studs with pencil, and scored the paint with the utility knife. I stood farther back than I meant to, arms folded tight, feeling useless and childish. Lucy noticed. "You okay?" she asked quietly. "Fine. That's not an answer. It's the one I have." She moved closer until our shoulders touched. "It's a wall, Nor. I know." "No, I mean it's a wall, not him. Not Mom, not the apartment guy, just a wall." I hated that she knew exactly where my mind had gone. I hated that she was right. I hated that it didn't help enough. Matt pushed the tip of the drywall saw through with a soft crunch. I flinched. He stopped immediately. "Sorry, no, keep going." The saw worked back and forth, teeth rasping through gypsum. White dust fell in a powdery line onto the vinyl floor. The sound was intimate and wrong, like chewing. Matt cut the top line, then one side, then the other. Cal handed him the pry bar and reminded him not to jab deep. Lucy went quiet. Even she knew when a joke would land badly. When Matt eased the rectangle of drywall away, the smell came first. Not rot exactly. Not dead animal, old dust, damp paper. A sour mineral odor, like a basement drain after rain. Under it was something else, faint, but unpleasantly specific. The smell of coins held too long in a sweaty hand. Matt set the drywall piece down. Inside the wall cavity, the flashlight beam found gray insulation slumped in clumps, a vertical stud darkened by age, a run of old cable, and a narrow shelf made from scrap wood nailed between studs about 8 inches above the floor. On the shelf sat a glass jar. None of us spoke. It was not large. Maybe a quart-sized mason jar, cloudy with dust, its metal lid dark with rust. Around it, packed in the cavity like someone had made a nest, were folded pieces of newspaper, a brittle strip of floral wallpaper, and a child's mitten gone stiff with age. The jar itself was wrapped once in what looked like a length of yellowed gauze or cheesecloth, tied badly with black thread. Matt's flashlight trembled just enough for the beam to jitter. Lucy whispered, "Tell me those are buttons." The jar was full almost to the shoulder with small off-white shapes. Some had roots. Some had silver fillings. Few still held dark material in the grooves. My mouth filled with saliva so suddenly I thought I might throw up. Matt stepped back. "Nope." Cal said something under his breath that I didn't catch. "Those are teeth," Lucy said. "I know," Matt snapped, then immediately looked ashamed. "Sorry. No, that deserved a snap." I moved closer despite every part of me resisting it. The teeth shifted inside the glass with a tiny dry clink as the house settled. That was the sound. That patient little answer in the wall. Not a ghost, not a mouse. A jar full of human teeth. Matt lowered the flashlight. "We're calling the police." Cal nodded quickly. "Yes." Lucy had already pulled out her phone. "Don't touch it," I said. Nobody had. Still, I said it like I was stopping something. Matt held both hands up. "Not touching." Lucy glanced at her screen. "Do we call 911 or non-emergency?" The question was so practical, it made the room tilt back toward normalcy for half a second. 3 adults, 1 retired electrician, a jar of teeth in a wall debating phone etiquette. 911, I said. Matt hesitated. "Is it an emergency? It's teeth in our wall." "I know, but nobody's currently." "Matt, calling 911, Lucy said and did. While she spoke to dispatch, her voice flattened into the calm professional tone she used at work. Yes, human teeth. No, no one injured. Found during home repair. No, we haven't touched it. Address. Names. Yes, we'll wait outside if instructed. The dispatcher told us to leave the immediate area and wait for officers. That created the second problem, because the rain was no longer just rain. It had become one of those eerie systems that arrives sideways, throwing water against windows and under doors. The backyard had turned slick and dark. The porch steps shone. Wind pushed cold air into the kitchen through the open back door, and the torn wall gaped behind us, with the jar sitting inside as if it had been waiting for the courtesy of witnesses. We should go to the living room, Matt said. Dispatcher said leave the immediate area, Lucy replied. Living room counts as not kitchen. Cal shook his head. I'm going home. I'll watch from my porch. You don't have to stay, I said. I'm staying close. His eyes moved to the jar again, and that too long pause returned. Cal, I said, did you know anything about this? He looked offended for half a second, then tired. No, but you thought something. I thought old houses hide old junk. That's not what I asked. Matt touched my arm. Nora, no, he reacted yesterday. Cal's jaw worked. Outside, the gutter overflowed in a hard stream. There were rumors, he said finally. Lucy lowered the phone from her ear. What kind of rumors? About Ellery. About his wife, Cal said. About before she died. She was a dental hygienist. Worked for a practice over on Peach Street years ago. Some people said she took things home that she shouldn't. Things, Matt repeated. Cal's gaze flicked to the hole in the wall. Nobody needed him to clarify. A police cruiser arrived 12 minutes later, tires hissing against the street. The time mattered because I watched every minute change on the microwave clock, even after we had killed half the power, and it began flashing nonsense. I watched the officers approach through the front window. One tall and broad in a rain shell, the other shorter, walking with one hand near her belt, and the other holding her hat against the wind. Officer Dan Rusk, 42 male, was an Erie County patrol officer with a square face, rain on his mustache, and the patient skepticism of someone who had responded to too many calls that turned out to be raccoons, divorces, or teenagers. Officer Alina Merck, 38 female, was his partner, compact and sharp-eyed, with dark hair tucked tight at the nape of her neck, and a habit of looking at corners before faces. They asked us to stay in the dining room while they looked. Officer Merck photographed the wall before stepping close. Officer Rusk asked who had cut it open, who had touched what, who owned the home when we moved in, whether we knew the previous owner, whether we had found anything else. Anything else unusual, he asked. I thought of the tapping, the clinks, Cal's warning, the peeling blue tape, only the sounds. Sounds, we heard it moving in the wall last night. Rusk wrote that down without expression. Merck leaned toward the opening with her flashlight. Dan, one syllable. Rusk went over. Matt reached for my hand. His palm was dusty and cold. Officer Merck said, there's paper behind it. What kind of paper? Rusk asked. Looks like envelopes. I looked at Matt. He looked at me. Merck did not remove them. She only photographed, then stepped back and spoke into her radio. requesting a supervisor and advising that possible human remains had been found inside a residential wall. Possible human remains. The phrase did something to the kitchen. It made it official. It took the jar out of the realm of disgusting and strange and placed it into a system with reports, evidence bags, case numbers, and people who wore gloves for a living. The concrete problem arrived 10 minutes after that, carried in on Officer Merck's careful voice. "We need to restrict access to this area," she said. "Potential scene preservation. For now, nobody goes into the kitchen." Matt looked toward the counter. "Our car keys are in there." Merck followed his eyes. The keys sat beside the sink, stupidly bright on a dish towel. "Don't retrieve them yet." "We need those," I said. "We'll see if we can clear that item for release once the evidence tech arrives." "When is that?" "With this weather, I don't know." Lucy, who had been silent too long, lifted her head. "Nora, I knew that tone." "What?" She held up her phone. The screen showed 3 missed calls from UPMC HAMOT desk. "I'm supposed to go back in at 3, she said. "They're short. I told them I could cover half shift." "It's 11. "I know." "Take my car," Matt said automatically. "My keys are with your keys," I said. "In the kitchen," Matt finished. Lucy tried to smile. "This is fine. Hospitals love when employees say they can't come in because of wall teeth." Officer Rusk glanced up from his notes. Then the house gave a sharp pop. Every light that was still on flickered once and died. The refrigerator, already off, made no difference. But the furnace stopped. The living room lamp went black. The rain became louder instantly, filling the power's absence. Matt said, "Tell me that was us." Cal, from near the front door, looked toward the basement. "No." A second later, something electrical buzzed inside the wall we had opened. A low, angry sound. Not loud, worse than loud. Focused. Officer Merck stepped back. Everyone out of the kitchen area. "We shut off the breakers," Matt said. Cal's face had gone hard. "Not all of them." The buzz sharpened, then snapped. A tiny orange spark jumped somewhere behind the insulation near the jar. Lucy grabbed my sleeve. Officer Rusk said, "Out, now." We moved toward the front door, fast, but crowded, stumbling over shoes and boxes. Matt tried to go toward the basement door instead. "Where are you going?" I shouted. "Main breaker." "Matt, no." "If there's live wiring in the wall, out," Rusk ordered. Another snap came from the kitchen. This one louder. The smell changed immediately, hot plastic, bitter and chemical, threading through the damp old dust. The smoke detector in the hallway began to scream. Not chirp, scream. That sound cut through everything. Rain, voices, breath. It drilled into my skull and sent me backward into memory so fast I nearly lost my footing. Lucy as a child under my arm. Mom saying, "Don't open the door." The smoke alarm in our old duplex going off because Dad had thrown a dish towel onto a burner during a fight, and nobody wanted to be the one to enter the kitchen first. For 1 second, I froze. Just one. But 1 second is enough for people to move without you. Matt lunged past Officer Rusk toward the basement stairs. "Matt," I yelled. He didn't stop. Cal swore and followed him. Officer Merck pushed me toward the porch. Outside. My husband, outside. Lucy dragged me harder than the officer did. We spilled onto the front porch into cold rain and gray light, the smoke detector still shrieking behind us. Officer Rusk went after Matt and Cal. Officer Merck radioed for fire response. Voice clipped, calm, urgent. I stood barefoot on the porch boards before realizing I had never put on shoes. Rain blew under the roof and spotted my glasses. Across the street, a curtain shifted. A neighbor in a red hoodie stood at the edge of his driveway, watching. Inside, below the alarm, I heard Matt shout something. Then the house went completely dark. The smoke detector cut off mid-scream. For half a breath, there was only rain. Then from somewhere inside the open wall came the delicate, unmistakable sound of glass tipping over and rolling. Not falling far, just shifting loose from its shelf. The jar was moving, and the only people close enough to stop the house from burning were now headed into the basement under it. The first failed attempt was getting everyone out. That sounds simple when you say it afterward. It sounds like one of those obvious things people shout at screens. Leave the house. Let the professionals handle it. Stop trying to be useful in a situation that has already outgrown you. But houses do not become emergencies all at once. They make you negotiate with them. At first, we were just on the porch. Rain came sideways off West 26th Street and blew under the little roof overhang, wetting the front of my sweatshirt and running cold between my bare toes. Lucy had one arm clamped around my waist like she thought I might bolt back inside. Officer Merck stood on the top step with her radio angled toward her mouth, requesting fire response and an evidence technician in the same breath, while the smoke detector inside hung silent after that sudden cut-off, which was somehow worse than the screaming. The front door stood open behind us. Through it, I could see the narrow entry, the stairs climbing to the second floor on the left, the living room to the right, and straight ahead, past the dining room arch, a slice of kitchen lit only by stormlight. The torn wall was out of sight from the porch. So were Matt and Cal. "Matt," I shouted. No answer. Officer Merck looked at me without turning her head. "Stay outside. My husband went to the basement. Officer Rusk is with him. You don't know that." Her jaw flexed. She did know the shape of the problem, at least. 2 civilians, 1 officer, a possible electrical fire, a basement with old wiring, and rain pushing water into a house that had not been fully understood by anyone in decades. Lucy shifted beside me. "Nora, breathe. I am breathing. You're doing the version where you forget to finish." From inside came a thump below our feet. The porch boards seemed to answer it with a faint vibration. I moved toward the door, but Lucy tightened her grip. "Nora," he fell. "You don't know that." Another thump came, then a man's voice, muffled by the floor and rain. "Cal." I thought it was Cal. Officer Merck stepped inside only far enough to call down the hall. "Rusk, status." "Nothing." She repeated it sharper. The fire siren began somewhere far off, a rising smear of sound through the wet air. Relief should have hit me. Instead, my body treated it like another alarm. Then Officer Rusk appeared at the basement door inside the hallway, breathing hard. He was half bent, one hand pressed against the wall. His rain shell was smeared with dust. "Mains off," he called. "No visible flame. Smoke smell. Dempsey's got a cut." "Matt," I yelled. Rusk looked past me to Merck. That pause was small, but I felt it in my teeth. He's helping Dempsey up. I broke free of Lucy and stepped into the entry. Officer Merrick caught my shoulder. "Ma'am, I need to see him. You need to wait." The second failed attempt was believing the main breaker had made the house safe. Matt came up first, coughing. He had gray dust in his beard and a shallow scrape along one cheek. Behind him, Cal climbed one step at a time, gripping the railing with his left hand and holding his right forearm against his chest. Blood ran from a cut near his wrist, bright against his pale skin, dripping onto the basement stairs in spaced red dots. "Oh my God," I said. Cal tried to wave it off and winced. Caught it on a nail. Matt looked wrecked. Not injured badly, but shaken in a way he couldn't hide under competence. He slipped near the panel. The breaker sparked when he pulled the main, Rusk said. Probably arc from the wet air or a loose connection. Fires en route. Probably, Lucy said. "It's off now," Cal said. He sounded irritated, which I later understood meant scared. The fire engine arrived 3 minutes later, red lights flashing across our wet front windows and the underside of the maple leaves. 2 firefighters came in first, then a lieutenant, all of them moving with the calm speed of people who have learned not to waste motion. Lieutenant Aaron Pike, 45, male, from the local volunteer fire department, had a shaved head, pale eyes, and a voice that cut through panic without getting loud. With him were Maya Jensen, 31, female, a firefighter paramedic who immediately took Cal's wrist and wrapped it in gauze, and Rob Keller, 52, male, a firefighter with a thermal imaging camera, and the thick forearms of someone who had spent 30 years pulling hoses and opening walls. Pike asked for the layout. Matt answered because I couldn't at first. Front door opens into the entry. Stairs on the left going up. Living room right. Dining room straight back. Kitchen behind that, back door off the kitchen. Basement stairs are between kitchen and entry on the left side of the hall. Pike nodded. Panel in basement. Yes. Wall opened in kitchen. Right side of fridge space, Matt said. Exterior wall faces the driveway. Anyone else inside? No, I said. Then I thought of the jar, which was absurd. It was not a person. It did not need rescue. Still, the thought sat there. The jar was inside, loose now, maybe fallen, maybe broken, maybe spilling teeth into the wall cavity, while water found wires and firefighters moved through our brand new house with axes. Pike sent Keller through the kitchen with the thermal camera, while Maya stayed on the porch with Cal. Officer, Merrick spoke quietly with Rusk near the front steps. Lucy hovered between me and Matt, as if she could physically hold our family in one piece by standing in the right spot. Keller came back after a minute. No heat bloom. Smells strongest at the opened wall. Some charring on old cloth insulated wire, or maybe rodent-damaged jacket. Mains off. Recommend utility disconnect before anyone disturbs further. Utility, Matt said. As in electric company, Pike nodded. You need the service pulled or confirmed dead before evidence techs start digging around in that wall. With the rain and what we saw, I'm not letting anyone work in their hot. Officer Merrick asked, timeline. Pike looked toward the street, rain sliding down his jacket. Storm calls are stacking up. Could be an hour, could be 3. Lucy made a small, strangled laugh. Great. That was when her phone rang again. She stepped off the porch to answer under the weak shelter of the maple tree, one hand cupped over the speaker. I heard only pieces. Yes, I know. I'm sorry, no. I'm not making it up. There are police here, I said, teeth. Her voice cracked on the last word. Looked away because she hated being watched when she was embarrassed or scared. Inside the house, the jar made another sound. Not loud, one clink. Everyone heard it. Keller looked back over his shoulder. Officer Rusk said, "What was that?" Matt closed his eyes. The jar. Pike's face did not change, but his attention sharpened. What jar? That was the third failed attempt, explaining the teeth without letting the situation become stranger than it already was. Officer Merck gave Pike the short version. Hidden jar. Human teeth. Possible evidence. Nobody touched it. Pike listened, then looked at the torn kitchen wall as if recalculating the entire house. We don't move it, Merck said. Evidence tech handles it. And if water gets into that wall, Matt asked, then we document the condition as it changes. What if the jar breaks? Merck looked at him. Then we document that too. That answer made sense to her world. Procedure. Chain of custody. Preserve what you can, record what you can't. To me, it sounded like standing still while something awful spread. Cal, seated on a porch chair someone had dragged from our living room, spoke through clenched teeth while Maya cleaned his cut. There's more than a jar in there. Everyone turned. He looked at the floorboards. What do you mean? I asked. The shelf wasn't for that jar alone. I saw the edge when I was in the kitchen. There's another board behind the insulation. Maybe a false back. Officer Merck's eyes narrowed. You didn't mention that. I was busy bleeding. Cal, Matt said quietly. I didn't know what I was seeing. Merck took one step closer. Do you know why someone would build a false back there? No, but he said it too quickly. Lucy came back from the tree, face pale with anger and fatigue. They said if I don't come in, they'll mark it as a no call unless I bring documentation. You have documentation, Matt said weakly, gesturing at the police, firefighters, and our open house. Apparently, send us a picture of the police at your tooth wall is not an HR category. Maya looked up from Cal's wrist. I can write you something once we're done. Lucy blinked at her. Seriously. For a second, there was a small human mercy in the middle of it all. Lucy's shoulders dropped. Maya taped the gauze. Cal muttered that he didn't need a hospital, which made Lucy snap back into herself. You need stitches, she said. I need coffee. You need stitches and coffee after. He almost smiled. Then a noise came from upstairs. A footstep, heavy enough to make the ceiling creak over the entry. Everyone froze. It came again, from above the living room this time. Matt whispered, There's no one up there. Officer Rusk drew his flashlight. Merck put a hand out, holding us back. The firefighters looked up, listening. Another thud. Then a skittering rush across the ceiling, fast and frantic. Lucy grabbed my hand so hard her nails bit my skin. For one stupid second, my mind supplied an image of someone in the house. Someone who had been hiding upstairs since before we opened the wall. Someone listening from the empty bedroom while we found what they had sealed away. Rusk moved toward the stairs. Merck followed. Pike signaled Keller to wait at the base. Police, Rusk called up. "If anyone is upstairs, identify yourself." The house answered with scratching, then a crash. Lucy gasped. Rusk and Merrick went up, boots careful on the old stair treads. I stood in the entry below with Matt's arm across my chest, not holding me back exactly, but ready to. Rain ticked off everyone's coats. Cal's breathing rasped. Somewhere in the kitchen, water dripped into a bucket one of the firefighters had placed under the back door leak. The upstairs hallway was short. Bathroom at the end, our bedroom on the left, smaller bedroom on the right, third room over the kitchen. I pictured the boxes up there, the mattress half made, the closet doors open like dark mouths. "Clear left," Merrick called. A thump in the ceiling again. Then Rusk laughed once. Not because it was funny, because the body sometimes chooses the wrong release. "Raccoon," he called down. "A raccoon," Lucy repeated. A minute later, he came down with a torn attic access panel in his hand and insulation on his sleeve. Big one. Got in through a soffit gap. Knocked over a box in the storage crawl. The misdirection collapsed into something ordinary, but ordinary did not mean harmless. The raccoon had left muddy tracks along the upstairs hall. One paw print crossed the flattened cardboard box where we had written NORA office/tax stuff. Another marked the top stair. Pike looked at Matt. "You've got an animal entry point too." Matt rubbed both hands over his face. "Of course we do." The trap tightened by inches. No power. Possible electrical hazard. Police evidence seen. Water intrusion. Injured neighbor. Loose raccoon in the attic. Car keys in a restricted kitchen. Lucy's were calling. And behind the opened wall, a jar of teeth sitting in a house that was beginning to feel less like a purchase and more like a system designed to keep us making decisions under pressure. The utility truck finally arrived at 12:38 p.m. by then. Cal's bandage had soaked through once. Lucy had stopped joking. Matt had developed a tremor in his left hand that he hid by keeping it in his sweatshirt pocket. I had put on shoes only because Maya noticed my feet were turning red from the cold porch boards and told me, in the tone of a woman who took no nonsense from the injured, to sit down and put on socks. A utility worker named Denise Alvarez, 40, female, came up the drive in a yellow raincoat and hard hat, assessed the meter, the service line, the tree branches, and the water running down the siding, then said, "I can pull it, but nobody's going to have power until an electrician signs off." Matt laughed once. We weren't expecting a spa day. Denise did not smile. "I'm telling you because people hear temporary and think hours could be days. Days." I looked at the house. Our first real house. The one I had imagined unpacking slowly, painting room by room, arguing about rug sizes and where to put the good plates. Without power, it looked abandoned already. Windows dark in the rain, front door open, strangers moving through it in boots. Denise pulled the meter. That allowed the evidence technician to enter. Her name was Keisha Bell, 41, female, a county forensic evidence technician with close cropped hair under a hood and a black case in one hand. She arrived with a supervisor from the sheriff's office, but he stayed mostly with Officer Merrick while Keisha did the slow work. She photographed the kitchen from the doorway, then the floor, then the wall, then the jar from multiple angles. She wore gloves, boot covers, and a face that had been trained to reveal nothing. We were allowed to stand in the dining room arch, not closer. The geography of the house mattered now because every boundary had become a rule. Porch was safe. Entry was permitted if escorted. Dining room was the observation line. Kitchen was restricted. Basement was restricted. Upstairs was conditionally clear except for the raccoon problem. Back door was blocked by fire gear and rain. The driveway side of the house, where the kitchen wall faced outward, was slick with mud and wet leaves. Keisha used tweezers to move the gauze aside. The jar rolled slightly. I made a sound before I could stop myself. She steadied it with 2 gloved fingers. Lid S compromised. Meaning? Matt asked. Rust. If I lift by the lid, it may detach. She photographed again, then eased the whole jar into a padded evidence container. The teeth shifted with that dry little clatter, and Lucy turned away. Behind the jar, the envelopes were visible now. 3 of them, brown with age, tied with the same black thread. Keisha photographed them in place. Then she stopped. "What is it?" Officer Merrick asked. Keisha leaned closer, flashlight angled. "There's writing on the top envelope." "What does it say?" I asked. Nobody answered immediately. Keisha read it aloud only after photographing it. "For the ones who ask after the children." The kitchen seemed to shrink around those words. Lucy whispered, "Children." Cal shut his eyes. I saw him do it. "Cal," I said. He opened them. "What do you know?" Merrick turned toward him too. "Mr. Dempsey," he swallowed. The gauze around his wrist had gone spotted again. "There was a boy," he said, "long time ago." "What boy?" Matt asked. Cal looked toward the kitchen wall, then down at his bandaged hand. "Neighborhood kid, not theirs. He used to cut through yards. People thought he ran off." The room went very still. "What was his name?" Merrick asked. Cal rubbed at his forehead. Evan Price, I think. This was late 80s, maybe 89. I was working outages half the time, had 2 kids of my own. I don't remember everything. Did police search this house? Not that I know. Why would they? Ellery was just a neighbor. "Why didn't you say this before?" I asked. His face tightened. "Because a rumor about a missing kid and a jar of teeth are 2 different kinds of terrible. I was hoping one wouldn't touch the other." Keisha removed the envelopes next. Under them was the false back Cal had mentioned. A thin panel of old plywood painted the same dull color as the inside of the wall cavity. It had a small round finger hole cut near the bottom, hidden behind where the jar had sat. Officer Merrick told everyone to step back. Keller, still on fire standby, muttered, "That wasn't built by accident." Keisha did not open it right away. More photos, measurements, evidence markers. Procedure gathered around the moment like a net. Matt leaned close to me. "You don't have to watch." "Yes, I do." "No, you don't." I looked at him then, really looked. His cheek was scraped. His eyes were red from dust and smoke and fear. He wanted to protect me partly because he loved me, and partly because he needed one thing he could still control. That was his flaw. Mine was believing fear made me weak. His was believing control made him useful. "We both do," I said. Keisha hooked one gloved finger through the hole and pulled. The false back resisted, swollen by age or paint. Then it gave with a sticky crack. Behind it was a narrow vertical void running down toward the baseboard, and up farther than the opening allowed us to see. Inside were more papers wrapped in plastic, a small rusted key on a string, and what looked like a strip of fabric printed with tiny cartoon trains. A child's fabric. Lucy said, "I'm going to be sick." Maya guided her to the porch. Keisha reached for the plastic-wrapped papers. That was when the back door slammed. Hard. Everyone jumped. The slam was followed by the scrape of something outside the kitchen. A metallic dragging sound along the siding. Pike moved first, hand up to stop anyone else. Keller went with him toward the back. Officer Rusk circled through the dining room toward the side window. For a second, because of everything Cal had said, because of the envelope, because of the child's fabric and the hidden void, I thought someone was outside the house. Someone who had been watching. Someone who knew exactly what we had found. Then Keller called. Downspout came loose. The wind had ripped the driveway side downspout from its bracket and was dragging it against the siding, the metal elbow scraping under the kitchen window with each gust. Realistic, explainable, still enough to leave my knees weak, but the distraction cost us. Because in that moment, while everyone looked toward the back door, water began to pour through the opened wall. Not drip, pour. Denise had pulled the meter, but the storm had found the gap where the downspout had torn free. Water ran behind the siding and through the wall cavity in a dirty sheet, soaking the shelf, the insulation, the false back, the envelope's empty space, the old wire. Keisha swore and grabbed the plastic-wrapped papers away from the flow. Officer Merck shouted for towels. Matt moved automatically toward the kitchen. "Stop," Merck ordered. "The evidence is getting soaked. Stop." He stopped with both hands clenched. Pike looked at Keller. "We need to control water from outside." "I can get a tarp over the side wall," Keller said, "but wind's bad." "I'll help," Matt said. "No," I said. Matt turned to me. The fight that had been waiting all day finally surfaced. "I can help," he said. "You already ran into the basement once to shut off the power, and Cal got hurt. That wasn't my fault. I didn't say it was. You're saying it like it was. I'm saying you keep throwing yourself at problems like the house will reward you for it." His face changed. Hurt first, then anger. "And you want to what? Stand here and listen to it get worse. I want you alive more than I want you useful." The words landed harder than I meant them to. For a moment, only the rain spoke. Then Lucy reappeared at the dining room doorway, pale but steady. "Both of you stop, please." Pike cut through the rest. "No civilians outside near the service line and siding. Keller and I handle water. You two stay here." Matt looked like he might argue. Then Cal, from the chair, said, "Listen to the man." Matt did. That tiny surrender frightened me almost as much as his recklessness had. Keller and Pike went outside with a tarp. Through the dining room window, I could see them fighting the wind along the narrow strip between our house and the driveway fence, boots sliding in mud, rain blowing white in the air. The loose downspout banged against the siding until Keller pinned it with one knee. Inside, Keisha had rescued the plastic-wrapped papers, but the wall cavity was soaked. The child's fabric strip clung to the wood like a wet tongue. Water ran down into the baseboard and spread across the vinyl floor toward the place where Matt and I had stood that morning drinking coffee. Then, Keisha found the thing that made retreat impossible. She had set the plastic bundle in a clean tray and was cutting the outer wrap carefully. Inside was a stack of old Polaroids, their white borders browned. She separated the top one with the edge of a tool. Officer Merck saw it first. Her face lost its professional stillness. "What?" I asked. Merck didn't answer. Matt stepped closer to the dining room line. Keisha photographed the image, then set it down where the officers could see. I saw only part of it from where I stood, a basement wall, cinder block painted pale green, a child's sneaker at the edge of the frame, and behind it, a row of marks scratched into concrete. Keisha lifted the second Polaroid. This one showed the same basement wall, but clearer. A small hand was pressed flat against it, palm dusty, fingers spread. Beside the hand, written in black marker on the concrete, were two words. Under SDAIRS officer, Merck turned sharply toward the basement door. At the same time, from below us, beneath the entry floor, came a dull shifting sound. Wood under strain. Then a crack so deep I felt it through my shoes. Pike shouted from outside, "Everyone off the first floor." But we couldn't go out the back. The kitchen was blocked and wet. We couldn't use the driveway side. Firefighters were there with the tarp and the fallen downspout. The front porch was crowded with equipment, rain, and police. The basement door, the place the photograph pointed us toward, had just made a sound like the house was opening its mouth. And somewhere beneath the stairs, something old had started to give way. The house made the decision for us. Everyone had an opinion before the crack. Police wanted us out. Fire wanted us off the first floor. Keisha wanted the evidence preserved. Matt wanted to help. I wanted, more than anything, to reverse time to the moment before I pressed blue tape beside the crack and made the hidden thing visible. Then the entry floor dipped. Not collapsed. Not yet. It sagged with a long wooden groan, like the house was taking a breath through clenched teeth. The old boards between the front door and the basement stairwell flexed downward half an inch. Maybe less. But I saw the shift in the umbrella stand by the wall, the way it leaned and tapped once against the baseboard. Lieutenant Pike's voice came from outside, muffled by rain and the torn downspout racket. "Everyone off the first floor." Officer Merck grabbed Keisha's evidence tray. "Move, porch." Keisha clamped one hand over the Polaroids and plastic-wrapped papers. "I need the jar container. It comes if it's in your hand. It's on the dining table." "I'll get it," Matt said. "No," I said. He looked at me, and for once, there wasn't time for the argument to become marital and old, and full of everything we had failed to say politely. The floor cracked again. Lucy shouted, "Move." We moved. Officer Rusk got Cal under his good arm and dragged him toward the front door. Cal's boots skidded on the dusty boards, and his bandaged wrist hit his jacket. He made a sound that cut off between his teeth. Maya Jensen stepped in from the porch to help, rain blowing behind her in cold sheets. I was halfway to the door when I heard it. Not the jar this time. A voice, small, thin, electronic. "Hello." I stopped so hard Lucy ran into my back. "Nora, go. Did you hear that?" "What?" The voice came again from below the entry. "Hello, Mom." Everyone froze for one terrible second. It was a child's voice. It came from under the stairs. Matt's face went empty. Officer Merrick's hand went to her radio. Rusk looked toward the basement door as if the house had grown a second mouth. "Hello," voice repeated, warped and distant. "Can you hear me?" Lucy's fingers dug into my sleeve. No, then Cal said, breathless. "That's not live." Merrick snapped. "What? It's not live," he coughed. "That's a tape." The voice stuttered, clicked, and began again. "Hello, Mom, can you hear me?" A little mechanical whine followed it. Realistic. Explainable. Worse. Because someone had put it there. The sound threaded up through the cracking floorboards beneath our feet from the space the Polaroid had named. Understairs. It made every adult in that entryway look suddenly helpless, too large, too late. Pike appeared in the front doorway, soaked and breathing hard. "Why are you still inside?" Merrick said. "There's audio coming from under the stairs." Pike heard it then. His expression changed just enough to show anger beneath the job. Basement structure may be compromised. We need out. Keisha's eyes flicked from the evidence tray to the basement door. If there's evidence under those stairs and water's undermining, no evidence is worth a dead person, Pike said. Another deep crack rolled through the entry. The basement door shuddered in its frame. Then something below gave way with a wooden snap. The door popped open 2 inches. Cold air pushed out, damp and sour, carrying basement concrete, wet cardboard, and that metallic old coin smell from the jar. Beneath it was another odor, faint but unmistakable now that the wall had taught me the vocabulary. Old sealed space, disturbed after years. The tape voice kept going. "Hello, Mom." Matt moved before anyone could stop him. Not down the stairs, not that reckless. He lunged to the basement door and slammed it shut with both hands, as if holding it closed could hold the past beneath us. "Matt," I yelled. The door kicked back against him. Not from a person, from pressure. Water. A wave of dirty storm water surged up from the bottom of the basement stairs and slapped the inside of the door hard enough to rattle the knob. The house had been taking water all morning. The broken downspout, the rain, the bad grading along the driveway side, the old foundation. It had all been feeding downward while we stared at teeth and Polaroids. Pike swore. Basement's flooding. Cal, sagging between Rusk and Maya, said, "Drain backs up in storms." Ellery rigged a sump line. "If the power's off, the pump's dead," Matt said. The trap finished closing. No power. Flooding basement. Hidden cavity under the stairs. Evidence at risk. Foundation or stair support failing. And an old child's recorded voice playing from below like a dare. "We leave," Pike said. "Now," Merrick nodded. "Everyone out." Then the floor between Matt and the front door dropped another inch. The boards split along the seam near the basement stairwell. A dark line opened from the wall toward the center of the entry, jagged as a torn mouth. Matt stumbled backward toward the basement door. I reached for him, but Lucy caught my waist. Nora, a piece of baseboard, snapped loose and fell into the gap. Through it, I saw black space and moving water. Matt was on the wrong side. He stood with his back against the basement door, separated from us by 8 feet of failing floor. "Don't step," Pike ordered. Matt lifted both hands. His face had gone gray under the drywall dust. Okay. No one moved. Rain hammered the porch roof. Somewhere outside, Keller shouted for more wedges or straps. The tape voice under the stairs clicked and began again. "Hello, Mom," Lucy started crying quietly, angry crying. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand like she resented every tear. Pike took in the entry, the gap, the staircase, the living room doorway to the right. "Matt, can you move along the wall into the living room?" Matt looked down. The floorboards along the wall were bowed, but intact. The living room doorway was 3 steps from him, maybe 4 if he kept close to the plaster. "I can try. Do not step near the center. Wait on the edges, hand on the wall." He moved 1 foot. The board dipped. He stopped. I felt my own breath come in hard, useless pulls. Matt tried again, sliding instead of stepping. His shoulder pressed into the wall hard enough to smear dust. 1 foot, then the other. The board under his right heel cracked. He dropped. Only 1 leg went through, but it went fast, punching through old wood up to mid-thigh. He screamed, a raw, surprised sound, and caught the door trim with both hands. I moved. Lucy tried to stop me and missed. "Nora, no." I didn't run across the center. Some part of me, the part not drowned in panic, understood Pike's warning. I dropped to my knees at the edge of the broken line and crawled toward the living room side, spreading my weight the way my father once taught me on lake ice before he became the kind of man we hid from. Funny, the things that survive in you. Pike shouted behind me. Merrick shouted too. I heard none of it clearly. Matt's face was twisted, teeth bared. "Don't come over here. Shut up. Nora, shut up and give me your hand." The floor below him continued to tear in little fibers. Splinters popped. Water moved under the boards with a thick, slapping sound. From below, the tape said, "Can you hear me?" Matt laughed once, terrified and breathless. "I hate this house." "Good, stay mad." His right leg was caught between broken boards. Blood was already soaking through his jeans above the knee where the jagged edge had bitten him. Not spurting, but too much. Enough. Officer Merrick crawled behind me, ignoring Pike's curse. She passed me her expandable baton. "Use it to lift the board off his thigh." I jammed the baton under the split plank and pushed down. The board moved 1/2 inch. Matt gasped. "Again," Merrick said. "I am." Lucy appeared behind us with the pry bar from the kitchen tools. She had gone back for it. Barely escorted, maybe not at all. Her eyes were wild, but her hands were steady. "Use this. Lucy, get back. Take the damn bar." Merrick took it and wedged it under the plank. "On 3, Matt shook his head. "I can pull." "You'll slice your leg open worse," Merrick said. Pike from the porch had shifted tone. Not ordering now. Coordinating. "Rusk, get a ladder from the truck. Keller, interior brace if possible. Maya, trauma kit. Nobody else on that floor." Maya shouted back from outside. For all the chaos, it became a shape we could survive inside. Jobs, hands, pressure, count. 1, Merrick said. 2, 3. She levered the board. I pushed with the baton. Matt dragged his leg up and out. The sound he made was small. That was worse than the scream. Blood smeared the splintered wood. I grabbed his sweatshirt and pulled him toward the living room doorway. Lucy grabbed me. Merrick grabbed Matt's belt. Together, we got him over the threshold and onto the living room floor, which Pike had judged safer because the joists ran differently and the basement stairs did not undercut it. Matt curled on his side, both hands clamped above his knee. "I'm okay," he said immediately. "You're bleeding," Lucy said. "I'm okay." "Stop saying that. It's stupid." Maya slid in on her knees with the trauma bag and cut his jeans open before he could protest. The wound was ugly. A long, jagged slice along the outer thigh, packed with dust and splinters, bleeding steadily. Matt looked once and went very still. "Don't look," Maya said. "I already did." "Then look at her." He looked at me. His eyes filled, not with melodrama, not with one beautiful tear, but with the shock of a man who had believed his body would obey him and had just learned the floor could take that too. "I'm sorry," he whispered. I pressed my forehead to his. "Not now." But I knew what he meant. Sorry for running to the basement. Sorry for needing to fix. Sorry for making me watch the house bite him. Sorry for all the things we would not have words for until later. The climax should have ended there. Rescue. Injury. Evacuation. Enough. But the tape under the stairs kept playing. "Hello, Mom." Pike looked toward the broken entry floor. His face hardened. Then Keisha said, "The water is reaching the evidence cavity." She had stayed in the dining room longer than she should have, evidence tray clutched against her chest. Officer Merck turned on her. "Get out. The photographs indicate possible remains or trace evidence under the basement stairs. Out. If the stair cavity collapses into floodwater, it's gone." "No," Pike said. "We are not sending anyone down there." Cal lifted his head from the porch chair. Rain wet his hair where the wind reached him. "You don't have to go down." Everyone looked at him. "There's an access panel." His voice was thin now. Pain had eaten through his stubbornness. Ellery put one in the closet under the main stairs, not from the basement side, from the entry wall. He used to store tools in there. "What closet?" I asked. "There isn't a closet," Matt said through clenched teeth. Cal looked at the wall beside the staircase, the section under the rising steps where we had stacked 3 moving boxes labeled COATS, cleaning, and BOOKS maybe. Drywalled over. The house gave another groan. Pike said, "We are out of time." Officer Merck asked, "Can we access it from the living room side?" Cal nodded weakly. "Maybe thin panel behind plaster, under the stairs, left of the newel post." Matt tried to sit up. Maya pushed him down with one hand. "No," she said. "I know where." "No." I was already looking at the wall. The living room shared that stair structure. On our side, beneath the slant of the staircase, the plaster had a rectangular patch I had noticed when we toured the house and forgot immediately. Different texture, bad sanding, painted over in the same tired beige. A hidden panel, not in the collapsing entry, reachable from the living room. Pike saw it too. He made a decision with the speed of someone who knew every choice was bad. One opening. From the living room. Keller braces the floor at the threshold. Merrick and Keisha observe only if safe. We retrieve visible evidence, if accessible, from this side. Nobody enters the basement. Officer Rusk returned with a roof ladder. Keller came in behind him with cribbing blocks. They laid the ladder across the questionable stretch like a bridge, not for walking freely, but to distribute weight if anyone had to reach near the threshold. Keller wedged blocks under the living room side where the floor dipped. It was ugly improvisation, not a miracle. It bought minutes. The tape voice clicked. "Hello, Mom, turn that off," Lucy whispered. "We're trying," I said. I don't know why I said we. Pike used Matt's drywall saw, 3 cuts, fast and controlled. Plaster dust burst into the living room, chalky and thick. He peeled away a rectangle of wall under the stair slope. Behind it was old plywood. Behind that, after Keller pried it loose, was darkness. The smell rolled out first. Wet dirt, mildew, rust, something sealed and stale. Keisha leaned in with her flashlight, camera ready. The beam found a narrow, triangular compartment under the stairs, boxed off from the basement by old studs and water-dark plywood. Not big enough for an adult to stand in. Big enough for storage. Big enough for a child to hide. On the floor of the compartment sat a shoebox wrapped in plastic, a rusted cassette player with a cracked speaker, and 3 small cloth bags tied with black thread. The cassette player clicked word and spoke again. "Hello, Mom," Lucy covered her mouth. Pike reached in and switched it off with a gloved finger. The sudden absence of the voice left the room shaking. Keisha photographed everything. Her hands were steady, but her breathing had changed. Officer Merck said, "Document and retrieve the bags." Keisha opened the nearest cloth bag, only enough to confirm contents. More teeth. The second bag, too. The third held small objects. Buttons, 2 hair clips, a plastic dinosaur, a school ID card so water-damaged and old that the face had blurred, but the name at the bottom remained partly legible. EVAN Price. Cal made a low sound from the porch. Not surprise. Recognition. Grief delayed by 37 years. Keisha placed the ID in a sleeve. Merck radioed for detectives, crime scene expansion, and a medical examiner notification. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were not. Matt squeezed my hand so hard it hurt. The central threat was not a person with a knife or a figure hiding upstairs. It was what people had built, covered, mislabeled, ignored, and lived beside. A house full of amateur repairs and sealed compartments. A dead woman's rumored thefts. A missing boy dismissed as a runaway. A widower who had sold us a clean porch and left the rest behind drywall. A neighborhood that had learned to call unease rumor, because rumor required less courage than accusation. Then the compartment shifted. A support inside the stair structure cracked, and the opening sagged inward. Keisha pulled her hands back just in time. The shoe box slid toward the gap. "I need that box," Merck said. Pike said, "No reaching. It may contain documents. It may contain biohazard. It may contain nothing." I said no. The box slid another inch. Without thinking, Lucy dropped flat beside the opening. "Lucy," I shouted. She was smaller than the rest of us, long-armed, exhausted, and furious. She hooked the pry bar through the twine around the plastic-wrapped box and dragged it toward herself. The wood above her head creaked. Maya lunged for her ankles. Keller braced the panel edge with both hands. "Pull," Lucy said through her teeth. I grabbed her belt. Merck grabbed the back of her hoodie. The box caught on a nail. Lucy sobbed once from effort, not fear. "Again," Merck said. We pulled. The twine snapped. The box came free so suddenly, we all lurched backward, Lucy sliding across the dusty living room floor with the box clutched to her chest. 1 second later, the back half of the compartment collapsed inward. Not the whole staircase, not the house, just enough. Wood folded into darkness. Water slapped below. The hidden space under the stairs disappeared into the flooded basement with a heavy splash, taking whatever we had not reached. The room went still. No one spoke for a few seconds except Matt, who was breathing through pain while Maya tightened a pressure bandage around his thigh. Pike finally said, "That's it. Everybody out. Now." This time no one argued. We evacuated through the front over the ladder bridge, one by one. Rusk carried the evidence tray. Keisha carried the bags and the ID sleeve. Merrick carried the shoebox. Maya and Keller helped Matt, who tried not to put weight on his leg and failed twice, leaving red marks on the threshold. Lucy came out after him, face gray with plaster dust, one elbow scraped raw from shoulder to forearm. I followed last because I looked back. I wish I hadn't. Through the living room, past the torn panel under the stairs, through the dining room arch, I could see the kitchen wall where this had started. The blue painter's tape still clung beside the first crack, ridiculous and bright. Water spread across the floor below it. The refrigerator space gaped empty. The house smelled of wet plaster, smoke, blood, and old secrets. Outside, the rain had eased to a fine mist. The fire engine lights painted the wet street red. Neighbors stood under umbrellas at safe distances. Cal sat in the back of an ambulance while a paramedic checked his blood pressure. Lucy leaned against the porch rail and vomited into the bushes, then wiped her mouth and apologized to nobody in particular. Matt sat on the bottom step with Maya holding his leg elevated until the ambulance crew could move him, his face slick with sweat. Officer Merrick came to me while Keisha sealed the shoebox in a larger evidence bag. "We have enough to escalate this," she said. I laughed once softly. It sounded wrong. Escalate. Her expression did not soften exactly, but it became human. "You won't be staying here tonight." "No," I said, not a question. Behind her, the house stood with its front door open, dark inside, ordinary from the street if you ignored the people in uniforms, and the torn siding, and the fact that part of its interior had just fallen into water. The conflict was resolved in the only way it could be for now. We had found what the wall was hiding. We had stopped pretending it was nothing, and the house had taken payment for that. Matt's blood on the threshold, Cal's cut wrist, Lucy's scraped arm and ruined comm. My new home turned into a crime scene before we had unpacked the plates. As they loaded Matt into the ambulance, he caught my hand. "Nora, I'm here." His fingers were cold. "I heard it," he said. "The tape." He shook his head once, barely. "When I was by the basement door, before the water hit, something under the stairs." I looked toward the house. "What?" He swallowed. The ambulance lights strobed red across his face, then white, then red again. Someone scratching back. The ambulance ride to UPMC Hamot took 21 minutes, but it felt longer because Matt kept apologizing every time the paramedic hit a bump. Not dramatic apologies, not movie ones, small, embarrassed ones, breathed through clenched teeth while his hands gripped the blanket they had tucked around his waist. "Sorry." The paramedic, a woman named seen worse things than a bleeding man from Mill Creek with plaster dust in his hair, said, "Road's wet. Not your fault." Another bump. Matt's face pinched. "Sorry." I sat on the bench seat across from him with my knees pressed together, both hands wrapped around the strap near the wall. I had put on shoes at some point. I didn't remember doing it. My socks were damp inside them. My jeans had a dark smear of his blood near one thigh and a pale streak of drywall dust across the other. Every time the ambulance slowed, the equipment clicked softly in its brackets, and the sound put me back in the kitchen. Teeth in glass. Teeth in cloth. The cassette voice under the stairs. "Can you hear me?" I could. That was the problem. At the hospital, Matt got 14 stitches in his thigh after they irrigated the wound and pulled out 2 splinters. The doctor told us he was lucky, then gave us the specific kind of look medical people give when they want you to understand lucky does not mean fine. The cut was deep, but it had missed the femoral artery. He would need antibiotics, a tetanus booster, a follow-up visit, and no ladders, stairs, lifting, or hero nonsense, which the doctor actually said, after hearing enough of our story to decide Matt was the kind of man who needed direct language. Lucy overheard that from the curtain bay next to us and said, "Write it on his discharge papers." She was there because Maya Jensen had driven her in after the scene cleared enough for the police to release her. Lucy's arm had been cleaned and bandaged, the scrape from the living room floor running from her elbow nearly to her shoulder. Cal was 2 rooms down, getting 7 stitches in his wrist and arguing with a nurse about whether he needed someone to call his wife. He did. The nurse won. By evening, we were all in the same waiting area because no one had enough energy to keep pretending we were separate cases. Matt sat in a wheelchair with his leg stretched out. Lucy leaned against a vending machine and ate crackers she claimed tasted like dry envelopes. Cal had his bandaged wrist propped on his stomach and looked 10 years older than he had when he first brought zucchini bread to our door. Nobody spoke for a while. The television mounted in the corner played local weather. Road flooding, downed branches, thousands without power in scattered outages. Our house did not make the news that night. That felt obscene at first, then correct. Things can ruin your life quietly. They often do. Officer Merck found us just after 8. She was still in uniform, hair damp at the edges, face clean of expression in a way I now understood as effort. We executed an emergency safety sweep after the structure was stabilized enough to enter, she said. Matt straightened, then winced. "Don't," I told him. He ignored me. "Did they find anything else?" Merck looked at all of us before answering. "In the basement, yes. Some items. I can't discuss all of it." Lucy's cracker stopped halfway to her mouth. "What kind of items?" I asked. Merck sat across from us, which made the conversation feel less like an official update and more like something she wished someone else could give. Personal effects, children's clothing, a backpack, more dental remains. Cal closed his eyes. Merck continued carefully. The shoe box recovered from under the stairs contained photographs, several handwritten notes, and what appears to be a list of names. Evan Price is one of them. "One of them," Matt said. "Yes." The waiting area made all its normal sounds around us. A printer at the nurse's station, rubber soles on polished floor, a child coughing somewhere out of sight, someone laughing too loudly near the elevators, because hospitals contain every possible human emotion at once and do not organize them for your comfort. "How many names?" Lucy asked. "I can't confirm yet." "Can't or whoa?" Merrick looked at her. "Both, until families are notified and detectives verify what they're looking at." Cal opened his eyes. They were wet, but not spilling over. "I should have said something about Evan years ago." "You didn't know," I said. He looked at me like he wished that were enough. "People always say that when the bill comes due." Merrick's gaze shifted to him. "Detectives will want to speak with you again." "I'll speak. And with neighbors who lived there then." He nodded. "What about Ellery?" Matt asked. "The owner. The man who sold us the house." Merrick's mouth tightened. "Arizona authorities are being contacted. That's all I can say tonight." "And Marlene?" I asked. "His wife. She died in 2014. Records confirm she worked as a dental hygienist at a practice on Peach Street until the early 90s. So she took teeth from work." "That is one possibility," Merrick said. "But the presence of personal effects changes the investigation. Teeth alone could be explained badly. Not innocently, but badly. Combined with named items and photographs." She let the sentence end there. "There are conclusions people won't hand you because once they do, they become responsible for the shape of them." I nodded anyway. The legal aftermath began before the medical one ended. Detectives came the next morning to the motel where the county victim services coordinator had helped us find 2 rooms at a discounted emergency rate. Motel was on Peninsula Drive, clean enough, with beige walls, a coin laundry, and a breakfast area that smelled like waffle batter and burned coffee. Matt was propped in bed with his leg elevated on 2 pillows. I sat in the chair beside the window. Lucy refused to go home and slept badly in the adjoining room with the TV on low. Cal came by with his wife, Sandra Dempsey, 66, female, who hugged me like she had known me for years, and then scolded Cal for trying to carry his own coffee. Detective Marcus Vale, 50, male, and Detective Aaron Sloan, 43, female, asked us to tell the story from the beginning. Not the dramatic beginning, the real one. Closing date, cellar disclosures, inspection, first sound, blue tape, cutting the wall jar, fire hazard, basement, hidden compartment, cassette player. They recorded everything. When I described the child's voice, Detective Sloan looked down at her notes for a moment too long. "You've heard it?" I asked. She lifted her eyes. "Yes." "What was it?" "A standard microcassette recorder rigged to motion switch originally, we think. Battery corrosion suggests it failed years ago. The floodwater or shifting debris may have completed the circuit briefly. The audio quality is poor, but the phrase repeats. Was it Evan? We don't know." That answer became a kind of wall too. We kept running into it. Over the next week, the house stopped being ours in any practical sense. Yellow tape went up first, then temporary fencing, then a structural engineer, then crime scene technicians in white suits. Our neighbors watched from porches and behind curtains. Someone left a bouquet near the maple tree. Someone else left a stuffed bear wrapped in plastic against the fence. By the 3rd day, a news van parked at the corner. And by the 4th, everyone in Erie County with a Facebook account had an opinion about the Ellery house. We stayed at the motel. Insurance called the situation complex. Our mortgage company called it unusual. A contractor called it a full gut, maybe more. Matt called it nothing. For 3 days, he barely spoke unless a doctor or detective asked him something directly. He took his antibiotics, changed his bandage, stared at the muted television, and flinched whenever someone rolled a housekeeping cart past our door because the wheels made a small clattering sound over the hallway seam. On the 4th night, he said, "I keep thinking I heard scratching." Was brushing my teeth at the sink outside the motel bathroom. The mirror above it had harsh bulbs on both sides, the kind that make everyone look guilty and exhausted. I rinsed and turned. Matt was sitting on the bed, legs stretched out, hands folded too tightly in his lap. "Under the stairs?" I asked. He nodded. "We were all hearing things." "I know." The tape was playing. Water was moving. Wood was breaking. "I know." I sat beside him carefully so the mattress wouldn't shift his leg. He looked at me. "Do you believe me?" The honest answer was complicated. I believed that he heard something. I believed trauma could sharpen a sound until it grew fingers. I believed old houses made noises when they broke. I believed water, wood, rodents, air pockets, and fear could collaborate. I also believed the world had more rooms than we wanted to open. So I said, "I believe you heard scratching." He breathed out like that was enough to keep him from falling through himself. 2 weeks later, detectives confirmed some of what they could. The remains were human dental remains from multiple individuals. Some were adult teeth, some children's. The list in the shoebox contained 7 names, including Evan Price. 3 matched missing juvenile reports from Erie County and nearby Crawford County between 1984 and 1991. 2 were children who had been reported as runaways and later removed from active local attention after families moved or records were mishandled. 1 name belonged to a girl whose family had been told for decades there was no evidence she ever came through Mill Creek. The 7th name was not released. The cassette did not contain a full confession. Neither did the notes. They were worse in their incompleteness. Dates, initials, crude maps, references to keepsakes, mentions of M's jars, and understair overflow. The detectives would not tell us whether M meant Marlene. They would not say whether Mr. Ellery was a suspect, a witness, a coward, or all 3. Then the news broke that Daniel Ellery, 82, had been found alive in a retirement community outside Tucson. That was the first time his name felt fully real to me. Not Mr. Ellery, not the seller. Daniel. Arizona police took him into custody on an unrelated outstanding warrant discovered during the investigation. The warrant was old, financial, boring. It was enough to hold him. Detectives flew out. Reporters called our phones until we stopped answering numbers we didn't know. A photo of Ellery appeared online. Thin white hair, sunken cheeks, pale polo shirt, eyes hidden behind tinted glasses. I studied that photo in the motel bed at 2 in the morning until Matt gently took my phone away. "Don't give him more of your night," he said. But I had already given him a house. By the end of the month, the official theory, at least the part shared with families and then inevitably leaked, was this. Marlene Ellery had access to extracted teeth through the dental practice and likely brought some home, a grotesque habit or private compulsion hidden behind professional respectability. Daniel Ellery had kept a separate set of souvenirs connected to children whose disappearances had brushed the edges of their neighborhood. Whether Marlene knew about those, enabled them, documented them, or participated remained unresolved. She was dead. He was alive, but inconsistent, sometimes denying everything, sometimes claiming Marlene made records, sometimes asking if the boy under the stairs had been given back to his mother. That phrase made Lucy throw her phone across the motel room. It hit the wall and left a dent the size of a quarter. "Sorry," she said immediately, then sat on the edge of the bed and shook until I put my arms around her. Cal gave a formal statement, then another. He told detectives about Evan cutting through yards, about rumors, about Marlene giving neighborhood kids sugar-free gum from the dental office, about Daniel's temper, about a night in 1989 when he heard a child crying somewhere outside and convinced himself it was a television. I had 2 kids asleep upstairs, he told me later, sitting in his kitchen with his stitched wrist wrapped in fresh gauze. I chose my own house. That's what I did. Sandra put a hand on his shoulder. He didn't look up. The house was eventually released back to us, though released is a generous word for being handed a damaged structure with half the kitchen wall removed, the basement partially excavated, the stair compartment collapsed, the power disconnected, and every room carrying the smell of wet plaster and forensic powder. We went back once before deciding what to do. It was early November. The trees had dropped almost everything. Our maple stood bare over the front walk, its wet leaves raked into brown piles along the curb by a neighbor I still haven't met properly. The yellow tape was gone. The temporary fence remained. The front door had a new lock installed by police after the scene release. Matt used crutches up the walk, stubborn and pale. Lucy came with us. So did Detective Sloan, because there were still things we were allowed to collect under supervision. Inside, the house looked smaller. That surprised me. I expected it to feel monstrous. Instead, it looked like what it was, a damaged mid-century house full of boxes and dust, with a torn kitchen wall and a living room patched open under the stairs. Ordinary rooms, ordinary light, ordinary surfaces that had held unbearable things. The kitchen counter still had the takeout menus, curled from humidity. The blue painter's tape was gone, removed with the drywall section, but a faint rectangle of cleaner paint showed where it had been. The refrigerator space stood empty. On the vinyl floor, despite cleaning, a pale chalky residue remained in the seams. I picked up one of our mugs from the counter, then set it down. I did not want anything from that room. Matt retrieved the folder with our closing documents. Lucy found the box with our shower curtain and laughed once, not because it was funny, but because she had spent the entire first night complaining about it. Detective Sloan waited near the entry, giving us space without pretending this was normal. I stopped by the living room wall beneath the stairs. The access opening had been covered with temporary plywood. A contractor had written "Do not load unsafe" across it in black marker. I thought of the cassette player. "Did you find out who recorded it?" I asked. Sloane came closer. "Not conclusively. But you have a guess?" "We have several." "Was it meant to be found?" She looked at the plywood, then at me. Maybe it was meant to punish whoever opened it. I thought of Matt holding the basement door shut, water slamming against the other side. "That worked," I said. "We did not move back in." Some decisions are not brave or dramatic. They are paperwork, insurance disputes, contractor estimates, motel receipts, calls with lawyers. A real estate attorney told us we might have a disclosure claim if it could be proven Ellery knew of a material defect or concealed condition. The phrase "concealed condition" made me laugh so hard I had to hang up. Eventually, the bank, insurer, and county all became part of a slow grinding process that did not care about nightmares. The house would be stabilized, remediated, and maybe sold someday as a structure with a history everyone in town already knew. Maybe it would be demolished. Maybe some other couple, years from now, would stand in that kitchen and decide they could make it bright again. I hope they can. I know we couldn't. Matt's leg healed with a long raised scar and a slight stiffness in cold weather. He went to physical therapy and hated every second, which meant he did the exercises exactly as instructed. Lucy changed jobs 3 months later, moving from ER registration to outpatient scheduling, where people still cried, but usually not while bleeding. Cal started therapy after Sandra threatened to schedule it for him and drive him there herself. He still brings us zucchini bread sometimes, though now he knocks loudly and waits to be invited in. We rented a townhouse on the west side of Erie with thin walls and a bad view of a parking lot. For the first month, I hated it because it was not ours. Then one night, I heard the neighbor's baby crying through the wall, alive and furious, and I realized I had slept 6 hours without listening for hidden spaces. That felt like grace. The case moved slowly. Daniel Ellery died before trial after a fall in county custody in Arizona. The official statement called it complications following a medical event. Families of the named children were notified before the press. Evan Price's mother, now in her 70s, gave one interview in which she said she had known her son had not run away because he was afraid of missing breakfast. That detail flattened me for days. He was afraid of missing breakfast. Of all the evidence, that was the one that stayed. Not the jar, not the teeth, not the cassette, breakfast. A child's ordinary expectation of morning. 6 months after we left the house, Detective Sloane called me. I was standing in our townhouse kitchen, peeling an orange over the sink. "We recovered one more item from the basement debris," she said. My hand stopped. "What kind of item?" "A key ring. Very corroded. One key appears to match the rusted key recovered from the wall cavity." "What does it open?" "We don't know yet." "That's why you're calling." A pause. "No, I'm calling because there was also a small glass vial attached to it. Empty. Labeled with your former kitchen address." I gripped the counter. "Our address?" "The street number, yes. Written on old medical tape. We don't know when." I looked across our rented kitchen at the refrigerator, at the magnet Lucy had bought us that said "Nope" in bright block letters, at the bowl of oranges, at Matt's physical therapy band looped over a chair. "What does that mean?" I asked. "I don't know," Sloane said. She was honest. I liked her for that and hated her for it. After we hung up, I stood there until Matt came in and saw my face. "What?" I told him. He did not try to solve it. That was new. He pulled out a chair, sat down carefully because his leg still complained, and reached for my hand. For a while, we listened to the townhouse around us. A car door outside, the refrigerator motor, pipes knocking once as someone upstairs turned on a shower, the neighbor's baby fussing through the wall, then quieting when someone began to sing. Normal sounds, mostly. That night before bed, I checked the wall behind our refrigerator. Not because I believed there would be anything there, because I needed to know I could look. The wall was blank, smooth drywall, no cracks, no blue tape, no patient tapping from behind it. I stood there in the dim kitchen light, one hand flat against the paint, and waited for my body to believe me. It took a while. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, the teddy bear I had as a kid keeps showing up on my pillow, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time the bear showed up, I blamed the movers. It was sitting in the exact center of my pillow, legs splayed, one ear folded forward like it had been listening through the wall. Its fur was the same matted honey brown I remembered from childhood, though darker around the seams now. And the black plastic nose had that little white scratch across it from when I tried to feed it a pebble at age 6. The thing looked damp with age, not water. It smelled faintly of cardboard, dust, and the inside of an old closet. And it should have been impossible for it to be there. My name is Clara Hensley, 32, female, and I had just moved back to Portland, Maine. After 8 years in Boston pretending, I was the sort of person who could thrive in a glass office with catered lunches, and no one asking why I jumped whenever a door closed too hard. I work remotely as a claims adjuster for a regional insurance company, which sounds dull because it is, mostly. But dull had started to feel like safety. Dull meant spreadsheets, hold music, coffee rings, and the steady hum of the baseboard heat in a rented apartment where nobody knew me well enough to notice if I slept with a chair angled under the bedroom doorknob. The apartment was on the second floor of a pale blue triple-decker near Deering Center, above a retired couple who kept their television turned low enough that all I heard were bursts of laugh track through the pipes. The stairs smelled like old varnish and wet wool. My windows faced the back lot, where 3 trash bins leaned under a maple tree, and the neighborhood cats held court on the hood of a Subaru with a cracked windshield. I had been there 4 days, not long enough for the place to know me, not long enough for me to trust it. That evening, rain scratched against the bedroom window in thin, restless lines. I'd spent 2 hours breaking down boxes with a utility knife that kept sticking, and now strips of packing tape clung to my socks. My hands smelled like corrugated cardboard and lemon cleaner. I was standing in the doorway with a half-full mug of chamomile tea, looking at the bear on my pillow. "Okay," I said out loud, because living alone makes you narrate things before you can stop yourself. "That's not funny." The bear didn't answer. Obviously, the bedroom was still mostly boxes. Mattress on a low metal frame. One lamp on the floor with no shade, because the shade was somewhere in a box labeled office, which meant nothing, because I had labeled 3 boxes office, and 2 of them contained winter boots. The closet door was open, showing jackets on mismatched hangers and a plastic tote of Christmas ornaments I didn't remember packing myself. I stepped closer. The bear's stitched mouth curved in a tired little line. One glassy eye sat lower than the other because my father had replaced it after our old golden retriever chewed the original off in 1999. That was the detail that made my skin prickle in a practical, unpleasant way. Not haunted, not impossible, just specific. I knew that bear. His name had been Mr. Barlow. I had not said that name in years. From the kitchen, my phone buzzed against the counter. The vibration made the spoon in my cereal bowl rattle once, a tiny metallic tick. I turned away too quickly, caught my hip on the corner of a box, and hissed through my teeth. The mug sloshed tea over my knuckles. "Great," I muttered. "Perfect." The caller ID said, Nora Price, 33, female, had been my best friend since freshman orientation at the University of Southern Maine, where she'd introduced herself by asking if I wanted to split a terrible cafeteria brownie, because misery needs sugar. She still lived in South Portland with her wife and a rescue terrier that hated men in hats. Nora had a clean, decisive kind of kindness. She was the person who'd show up with soup, then tell you your locks were trash and replace them before the soup cooled. I answered and put her on speaker. "Tell me you ate something with protein today," she said. "Hello to you too. You sound weird." "I do not. You sound like you're smiling with your teeth." I looked back toward the bedroom. From the kitchen angle, I could see only the edge of the mattress and the lamp glow spilling across the floorboards. "I found something," I said, "in a box. On my bed." A pause. Rain tapped the range hood vent. Somewhere below me, the retired couple's television produced a muffled cheer, like a studio audience approving of my bad decisions. "What kind of something?" Nora asked. "My childhood teddy bear." "Aw, creepy or cute?" "Creepy." "Why creepy?" "Because I didn't pack it." Another pause, shorter this time. "You sure?" I laughed once, sharper than I meant to. "That's exactly what I'm asking myself. Did your mom give you any boxes from the house?" "No, I told her not to." My mother, Ellen Hensley, 61, female, lived 2 hours north in Millinocket in the same split-level house where I'd grown up, though she had recently begun calling it too much space for one person, in the pointed way mothers do when they want you to ask them to move closer. We talked every Sunday. We were polite, we were careful. We had a whole shared language made of what we didn't bring up. Nora's voice softened. Could she have slipped it in any way? That would be very on brand. But you said it was on your bed. Yes. Maybe it fell out when you unpacked sheets. I stared at the bear. Maybe. It was the reasonable answer. The boring answer. A box had been opened. Things had shifted. I'd been tired. I'd placed the bear somewhere without registering it. Brains do stupid little magic tricks when you're exhausted. Mine especially. Still, the bear was not on the floor beside the box of linens. It was not half buried in a pile. It was upright on my pillow, centered like someone had measured. Send me a picture, Nora said. I took one from the bedroom doorway, not getting too close. The flash reflected in the bear's uneven eyes, turning them flat and white for a second. I texted it. Nora was quiet while it delivered. Then she said, "Oh, that thing has seen war. He was loved. He looks like he knows where bodies are. Helpful, sorry, defense mechanism." I heard her moving around, the clink of a dish, a dog collar jingling. Seriously, Clara, does your building have weird access? Landlord, maintenance guy. My landlord lives in Westbrook. I met him once. He wore boat shoes in February. That doesn't rule out murder. Good point. I walked to the apartment door and checked the deadbolt. Locked. Chain on. The new keypad lock blinked blue when I touched it, then went dark. I had installed it myself 2 days earlier because the old lock stuck, and because I like knowing who can open my door. The app showed no entries since I'd come home from Hannaford at 5:42 p.m. my own code. Nobody else. The hallway beyond the door made the usual old building noises. A pipe ticking, a soft groan from the stairs, rain dripping from someone's umbrella onto the landing mat. One came in, I said, window, second floor, fire escape. No, closet gremlin. That's the working theory. Nora didn't laugh right away. That was how I knew she was worried. A car rolled through the alley below, tires hissing in rainwater. Its headlights swept across my bedroom wall and dragged the bear's shadow long across the pillow. For 1 second, the room looked occupied by something larger than it was. Then the light passed. I realized I was holding my breath, and I hated myself for it. "I'm fine," I said before Nora could ask. I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was about to say put it in a box and call your mom. The simple mention of calling my mother made my shoulders tight. I could hear Ellen's voice already. "Oh, Clara, that old thing. I thought you might want it, or worse, I didn't send you anything." Why would I? There are questions that open doors inside you. Most people have a few. Mine had hinges that squealed. "I'll call tomorrow," I said. Nora made a skeptical sound. "Tonight, she'll make it weird. It's already weird. She'll make it childhood weird." Nora knew enough to stop there. Not everything, but enough. She knew I had moved out at 18 and gotten very good at not visiting home for more than 2 nights. She knew my father had died when I was 11, and after that, my mother had become brittle in the way glass is brittle. Still transparent, still technically whole, but dangerous if handled wrong. She knew I didn't like being surprised. She did not know about the months after Dad died, when I woke up convinced someone had been in my room, because my toys were shifted, my drawers were open, and Mr. Barlow was always tucked under my arm even when I swore I'd left him across the room. Kids imagine things. Adults remember them selectively. "I can come over," Nora said. "No, Clara, It's a bear. It's a bear you don't remember bringing into your locked apartment. I rubbed my thumb over the keypad lock until it beeped at me for too many touches. I'm not making you drive across the bridge in this rain because of a stuffed animal. You say that like I wouldn't do it for less. I know you would. That's why I'm saying no. Another small sound below, this one closer, a door shutting in the first floor apartment, then the soft scuff of slippers. The building settled around me. Radiator hiss. Rain. The refrigerator clicking on with a low shutter. Normal sounds. All of them. That was the part that bothered me. Fear, real fear, does not always arrive with violins. Sometimes it comes into a perfectly ordinary kitchen while your tea gets cold and your phone screen is greasy from your thumb. I went back into the bedroom. The bear waited. Up close, I noticed a gray thread looped around its left wrist. Not part of the original stitching. A hair tie, maybe. No, dental floss. It had been wound twice and knotted. The ends were clipped short. I leaned down, but did not touch it. What? Nora asked. There's something tied around its arm. Don't touch it barehanded, I blinked. You watch too many crime shows. You are talking to me from the first act of one. It's probably from storage. Then use a towel. I set the phone on the dresser and pulled a clean dish towel from a laundry basket. The bear was lighter than I expected when I picked it up. That hit me oddly hard. As a child, Mr. Barlow had been solid, a warm weight against my ribs. Now he was just cloth and stuffing and dust. His back seam had been repaired with uneven brown thread. My repair. I remember doing it at 14 with a hotel sewing kit after Mom threatened to throw him out because you're too old for dirty things in your bed. The stitches were crooked, angry, and still holding. Under him, on the pillowcase, was a small dark fleck. I bent closer. Not a bug, not dirt. A dried leaf fragment, brittle and curled, like something tracked in from outside. My bedroom windows were shut. Nora, I said. What? There's leaf stuff under it. Okay, put it down. Take pictures, then call your landlord and say what? A teddy bear trespassed. Say you want to know who had access during the move. I took more photos. The bear on the pillow, the thread around its wrist, the leaf fleck. My hands were steady until they weren't. The third picture blurred because my thumb tapped too hard. Then a knock came from the apartment door. Not loud. 2 polite taps. I froze so completely that the phone screen dimmed before I moved again. Nora heard it. Was that your door? I didn't answer. Another tap. Same rhythm. Knuckle on wood. Patient. The hallway light seeped under the front door in a thin yellow line. I could see my own boots beside the mat, one tipped over, laces wet from earlier. The chain was still on. The deadbolt still locked. Clara, Nora said, voice lower now. Do not open it. I walked toward the door anyway, slow enough that the floorboards complained under each step. The bear was still in my towel-wrapped hand. I hated that I was carrying it. I hated more that I didn't want to set it down. Who is it? I called, a pause. Then a man's voice, muffled by the door. Sorry, it's downstairs. Frank, you dropped something. Frank Dwyer, 74 male, lived on the first floor with his wife, Maureen. I had met him on move-in day when he held the front door open with one slippered foot and told the movers not to scratch the banister because that banister survived 3 teenage sons and 1 raccoon. He had kind eyes, the watery blue kind that made him look permanently near laughter, and a hearing aid that whistled if he turned his head too fast. I looked through the peephole. Frank stood in the hall wearing a plaid robe over sweatpants, his sparse white hair combed flat on one side and wild on the other. In one hand, he held a small Amazon package. In the other, a folded grocery receipt. I opened the door as far as the chain allowed. "Hi," I said, aiming for normal and landing somewhere near dental appointment. Frank held up the package. "Found this on the inside stairs. Name's yours. Must have slipped off the railing or something." I didn't order anything. He smiled apologetically. "That's what everyone says until the toothpaste arrives." Nora's voice came from the bedroom, faint through the speaker. "Clara, talk to me." Frank's eyes flicked past me. "Bad time." "No, sorry, friend on the phone." I looked at the package. It was small, rectangular, sealed with clear tape. My name and address were printed on the label. No return name that I could see from where I stood. Rain ticked against the hallway window at the turn of the stairs. Frank's apartment smelled faintly of fried onions and laundry soap drifting up behind him. "When did you find it?" I asked. "Just now." Maureen heard somebody on the stairs, but by the time I got my knees working, nobody there. He chuckled, embarrassed by his own body. "Probably delivery. They never ring anymore." "Did you see anyone?" "Nope." Behind him, the staircase descended into shadow where the hallway bulb didn't quite reach. The old house made a soft popping noise in the walls. I became very aware of the teddy bear in my hand, hidden below the door line, wrapped in a blue dish towel like evidence or a sick animal. "Thanks," I said. "You want me to leave it here?" I hesitated. The reasonable thing was to take the package. The cautious thing was to leave it in the hall and call the landlord or Nora or someone with better instincts than mine. But refusing it would mean explaining why. And explaining why would make the bear real in a way I wasn't ready for. I slid one hand through the gap, chain still latched, and took the package. Frank nodded. "Have a good night now, lock up. Weather brings out idiots." "I will." I closed the door, turned the deadbolt, checked it twice. The package weighed almost nothing. In the bedroom, Nora was saying my name with increasing irritation. "I'm here," I said. "What happened?" "Frank downstairs found a package for me. Do not open it." I wasn't going to. Good. I looked from the package to the bear. The label had my full legal name, not Claire without an A, the way half my junk mail came. Clara Margaret Hensley. The font was ordinary. The tape was ordinary. The cardboard was dry. There was one odd thing. A short gray thread clung to the tape seam, caught under the edge as if packed in by accident. It matched the thread around the bear's wrist. I set both the package and the towel wrapped bear on the kitchen table. My apartment felt too bright now, the overhead light flattening everything into ugly details. The wet ring under my mug, the crumbs near the toaster, the tiny brown leaf fragment stuck to my sock. Nora said, "You need to decide what you're doing." I knew what she meant. Call my mother. Call the landlord. Call the non-emergency police line and practice saying the sentence until it sounded less ridiculous. Throw the bear in the trash and sleep with a chair under the door. Open the package and prove it was nothing. Every option felt like stepping onto a floorboard I could not see clearly. I touched the edge of the package with one finger. From inside came the faintest sound, not a rattle, a soft shift, like cloth settling. I pulled my hand back. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. The rain kept working at the windows. Downstairs, Frank and Maureen's television murmured again, the sound of other people being unafraid in their own home. Then Nora said, very quietly, "Clara, put on your shoes." I looked toward the door, then at the bear, then at the package with my name on it. And for the first time that night, I understood that pretending it was a mistake would be a choice too. I did not open the package. That sounds like bravery now, maybe even restraint, but it was. It was fear dressed up as good judgment. I stood over the kitchen table with one hand hovering above the cardboard and the other pressed to my sternum, like I could hold myself in place if I applied enough pressure. The package sat beside the towel wrapped bare. Both of them looked harmless under the cheap overhead light. Brown box, blue dish towel, a smear of tea drying in a crescent near my elbow. Nora stayed on speaker, her voice tinny from my phone beside the toaster. "Put it in the sink," she said. "What?" "The package. Put it in the sink. Don't cut it open on the table. If there's powder or glass or something stupid inside," "Powder," I said, and heard how thin my voice had become. "I'm not saying there is. I'm saying people are lunatics, and I would like you to stop touching mystery mail like it's Christmas morning." I barely touched it. "You touched it enough." I picked it up by the corners. It was light, but not empty. Something shifted inside again, soft and dry. Not liquid, not metal. I set it in the stainless steel sink among 2 coffee mugs, and a fork with peanut butter still stuck between the tines. The ordinary mess of my life made the box feel worse, somehow, like it had been invited into the room. The keypad lock app still showed only my entry at 5:42 p.m. I refreshed it 3 times. Same thing. No landlord code. No manual unlock. No tamper alert. My Wi-Fi had been spotty since the move, so I told myself the log might lag. Then I told myself that was ridiculous, because the door was locked now and had been locked when Frank knocked. Every explanation pushed against another. "I'm coming over," Nora said. "No, stop saying no like it's a personality. It's raining and it's late. It's 8:17. You have work tomorrow. I also have a car. I can handle a weird package. You are currently negotiating with a teddy bear." I looked at Mr. Barlow through the loose fold of the towel. One plastic eye caught the kitchen light. The thread around his wrist looked less gray now and more like dirty white, the kind of fiber you see around old upholstery or inside a mattress seam. "I should call my mother first," I said. "Good, do that while I drive. Nora, you can be mad while I'm on the turnpike." Before I could argue, a sound came from the sink. A small tick, then another. Not movement, dripping. Water from the faucet landing on cardboard, because the old handle never fully shut unless you leaned into it. A dark dot spread on the top of the package, sinking into the label beside my name. Damn it, I twisted the faucet hard. The dripping stopped with a rubbery squeak. "What happened?" Nora asked. "Nothing. The sink dripped. Move the box to a plastic bag." "Where?" "Freezer bag, trash bag, anything." opened the cabinet under the sink. Cleaning spray, extra sponges, a roll of trash bags, a plastic grocery bag stuffed with more plastic grocery bags, because apparently I had become my mother in one specific way. The cabinet smelled like bleach and damp particle board. I pulled a trash bag free and spread it on the counter with clumsy snaps of plastic. Then the lights flickered. Once, twice, the refrigerator coughed off. The overhead bulb dimmed to orange, brightened, then went out completely. My apartment dropped into rain-gray darkness. Downstairs, Frank and Maureen's television cut off mid-sentence. Somewhere outside, a transformer gave a low electrical pop, followed by the brief alarmed bark of a dog. "Clara," Nora said, "I'm here. Power out. Okay, phone flashlight." I turned it on. The cone of light made the kitchen smaller, sharper, silver sink, brown package, bare under towel, wet label. My hand looked pale and unfamiliar. A power outage in Maine during rain was not news. It happened. Branches came down, old lines complained, whole neighborhoods went dark because some driver took a corner too confidently. But the timing gave my mind something to chew on, and my mind has never known when to stop. The Wi-Fi router in the living room was dead. The keypad lock would run on batteries, but the entry log would be useless without internet. My phone had 31% charge. My portable charger was in a box labeled bedroom, unless it was in office, unless I had left it in Boston like half the things I needed. Then another sound came, not from the sink, from the bedroom, a soft thump, the kind a pillow makes when it slides off a bed. I stood still. Nora said, "Tell me that was you." It wasn't me. "Clara, shoes, coat, leave." I took one step toward the bedroom, because I am apparently the kind of person who walks toward noises while someone smarter begs them not to. The flashlight beam shook over the hallway. My bedroom door was halfway open, exactly as I had left it. Inside, boxes rose in uneven stacks. The mattress was visible. One pillow had fallen to the floor. The other pillow sat bare under the wrinkled sheet. Empty. My hand tightened around the phone. Mr. Barlow was not on the kitchen table anymore. For one ridiculous second, I thought I had imagined moving him. Then the flashlight swung back to the counter. The blue dish towel lay open beside the sink, folded inward like something had been lifted out of it. The bear was gone. "No," I said. "What?" Nora demanded. "The bear isn't." A scrape came from the bedroom closet. Not loud, not dramatic. The dry, slow sound of cardboard dragging over floorboards. I backed into the kitchen hard enough to hit the counter. Pain sparked at the base of my spine. "Nora," I whispered, "I'm calling 911. "No, wait, no." The line clicked faintly as she switched apps or calls or whatever she was doing. My own phone screen flashed the low battery warning, bright and stupid in the dark. I moved toward the apartment door. Finally, too late, but moving. The deadbolt turned under my hand, but the chain stuck. I had installed it badly, in a rush, with a screwdriver borrowed from Frank, and more confidence than skill. Little sliding piece jammed at the warped part of the track. "Come on," I said. Behind me, another scrape, closer to the bedroom door. The chain gave with a metallic clack. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The emergency light over the stairwell had not come on. The hall was dim, lit only by my phone and a weak gray wash through the rain-streaked landing window. The old runner rug swallowed my footsteps. Downstairs, I heard Maureen's voice, worried, then Frank answering, probably just the block. "Frank," I called. His door opened below. "Clara, I need help." I hated how small it sounded. Frank appeared at the foot of the stairs in his robe, holding a flashlight the size of a thermos. Maureen Dwyer, 72, female, stood behind him in a navy housecoat, one hand at her throat, and the other holding a cordless phone that probably hadn't worked since the power went out. She had tight silver curls and a face made stern by worry rather than meanness. I had seen her once before, watering geraniums on the porch with surgical focus. "What's wrong?" Frank asked. "I think someone was in my apartment." That sentence changed the air. Maureen said, "Frank." He started up the stairs faster than he should have. "You saw someone?" "No, I heard there was a package and something moved. My friend's calling police." "Stay there," Maureen said. "Don't go back in." Of all the things said that night, that was the one most clearly sensible. So of course I didn't obey completely. I stood on the threshold with the door open, flashlight pointed into my apartment, as if light could hold something in place. The kitchen sat empty. The box remained in the sink. The dish towel lay on the counter. Beyond that, the hallway stretched toward my bedroom. Frank reached the landing, breathing through his mouth. "You got a bat?" he asked. "No, course not. You just moved." He lifted his flashlight and called into my apartment. "Hello? Anybody in there?" Nothing answered. "Don't," I said as he stepped forward. He glanced back at me, and for the first time, he did not look like a sweet old man with jokes about raccoons. He looked like a 74-year-old man in slippers trying to decide whether pride was worth a broken hip. "I'm not going far," he said. "Frank, no," Maureen called from below. A tiny shuffle came from my bedroom. Frank stopped. We all heard it. Then my phone buzzed against my palm. Nora had added me back to the call. "Police are on the way," she said. "Dispatcher said stay out, stay together, don't confront anyone." Frank backed out immediately. "Good, thank God. How long?" I asked. They didn't say. "Power outage means they're busy. I'm 8 minutes away." "You shouldn't," not a debate. The rain intensified, drumming on the roof and slapping against the landing window. Outside, the street was dark except for the occasional sweep of headlights. Somewhere nearby, a car alarm chirped once and died. Maureen climbed 3 steps, enough to look at me directly. "Come down to our apartment. I need my keys." "They're in there." I looked at the hook by my door. Empty. My keys were in the ceramic bowl on the kitchen counter, 6 feet inside. My wallet was beside them. My portable charger, if found, would be in a box. My shoes were on my feet, at least. Nora had drilled that one into me well enough. "You can wait downstairs," Frank said. "Police can get your things." The sensible answer again. But my mother's number glowed in my mind like an unpaid bill. The bear, the package, the full legal name. The memories I had spent 20 years sanding down until they were almost smooth. If I left the apartment and the police went in, they would see a dirty old teddy bear and a wet Amazon box and a woman who could not explain why she was shaking. They would ask whether I lived alone, whether I had taken anything, whether I was under stress, whether I was sure. My private flaw, if you want the honest version, is that I would rather look competent than ask for help. I learned young that panic made adults impatient. I learned that if you could narrate a bad thing calmly enough, people might believe you deserved to survive it. Even standing there in the dark, with a neighbor in a robe and my best friend driving through rain because I was too proud to ask, I was still trying to manage how ridiculous I sounded. "I should grab my keys," I said. Nora heard. "No, they're right there." "No, Clara," Frank's face tightened. "I can get them." "No one is going in," Maureen snapped. And then, from inside my apartment, my mother's ringtone started playing. Not my current ringtone, the old one, the one I had used for Ellen back in college before setting everything to vibrate. A cheap, tinny version of "Here Comes the Sun" that had always made my roommate threaten violence. It came from the bedroom. My phone was in my hand. The sound played again, muffled and bright, from somewhere near the closet. Frank whispered, "Jesus." Nora's voice dropped. "Clara, is that your phone?" "No." The ringtone stopped. A moment later, it started again. 3 cheerful bars distorted by distance or fabric, then cut off. My mother. I called her every Sunday, yes, but she almost never called me at night. And she could not be calling from inside my bedroom unless an old phone of mine was in there, charged, powered, and set to a ringtone I had not used in 10 years. Maureen reached for my arm. "Downstairs. Now," I almost went. Then the package in the sink made a sound, not soft this time, a hard, rapid buzzing. All of us flinched. The cardboard box jittered against the metal basin with a dry, frantic vibration. Something inside was ringing too. My phone screen lit with an incoming call. "Mom." Nora said, "Do not answer." But I did. I don't have a good reason. I wish I did. I wish I could tell you I was thinking strategically, hoping to confirm her safety, hoping to record evidence. The truth is simpler and worse. I saw Mom on the screen and became 11 years old, standing in a hallway while my mother cried behind a closed door, wanting more than anything to be told what was happening. I swiped. "Mom." At first, only static. Not dramatic movie static. More like wind against a microphone, uneven and close. Then a woman breathed. "Clara," Ellen said. My knees loosened with relief so sudden it almost dropped me. "Mom, are you okay?" "What? Yes." "Why are you calling me?" "I didn't. You called me." "No, I didn't." Behind Ellen's voice, I heard a television weather report. Her television. The familiar room tone of her house. The old wall clock ticking too loudly, the heater fan rumbling under the floor. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice level, "did you send me Mr. Barlow?" A long silence followed. The package kept buzzing in the sink. Frank said, "What is happening?" Ellen's voice came back smaller. "Where did you hear that name? It's here." "No." "Did you pack it with my things?" "No, Clara. Are you sure?" I threw that bear away. The hallway seemed to tilt. I gripped the doorframe. "When? Years ago." "When?" Another pause. "After you left for college. You told me it was in the attic." Oh, the buzzing stopped. The sudden quiet was worse than the noise. I could hear Nora through the phone, saying something I couldn't parse. I could hear Maureen praying under her breath, not loudly, just moving words around her mouth. I could hear rainwater running in the gutter outside like someone pouring a bucket slowly onto the roof. "Why would you lie about that?" I asked. Ellen exhaled shakily. "Because every time you asked about it, you got upset." I got upset because it mattered to me. It was filthy. It was mine. It wasn't just filthy. That sentence pressed its fingers into a bruise I hadn't known was still there. "What does that mean?" Ellen didn't answer right away. From inside my apartment, the bedroom ringtone began again. "Here comes the sun, thin and cheerful, crawling out of the dark." Ellen whispered, "What is that? You hear it?" "Yes, it's coming from my bedroom." "Clara, listen to me." Her voice changed then, sharpened by something old. "Leave the apartment." "I am outside the door. Go farther." "Mom, what was wrong with the bear?" The ringtone stopped. A scraping noise came from the kitchen now, the package moving in the sink. Slowly at first, then a bump as it tipped against the side. Frank raised his flashlight. The beam caught the edge of the box through the open doorway. The wet cardboard had softened. One taped corner had split. Something brown pressed against the opening from inside. Not a hand, not alive, fur. Matted honey, brown fur. I backed into Frank, and he caught my elbow with surprising strength. "That's not possible," I said. Maureen pulled me toward the stairs. Down now, but the apartment door began to swing shut. Not slammed, not pushed hard, just drifting inward on its old hinges because the building leaned and the floor was uneven, and I had opened it too wide. A normal movement. A stupid movement. The problem was my keys were inside, my evidence was inside, and the police were not there yet. The door clicked, almost closed, then stopped. Something blocked it from inside. At the bottom gap, in the thin line of hallway light, I saw the rounded end of a stuffed paw wedged against the threshold. Mr. Barlow lay just inside the door. Not in the kitchen, not in the bedroom. At the door. Around his wrist, the gray thread trailed loose now, stretching back into the apartment like it was caught on something deeper in the dark. My mother was still on the phone, saying my name over and over. Outside, headlights turned into the driveway below. For 1 second, I thought it was the police. Then Nora shouted from the call, breathless and too loud, "Clara, I'm outside. There's someone by your back stairs." Frank looked toward the landing window. Maureen said, "We don't have back stairs." And from below, somewhere near the rear entrance of the building, the old side door opened with a long wooden groan. The side door should not have opened. That was the first thing that stayed clear in my head, even while everything else began slipping sideways. The building had a front entrance on the sidewalk and a cellar bulkhead out back, the kind with slanted metal doors chained through both handles. No back stairs, no rear porch, no convenient second exit from the first floor hallway. Frank had told me that on move-in day, while the movers cursed my couch up the narrow front staircase. "Old place is a maze until it isn't," he'd said. "One way in unless you count the basement, and I don't recommend counting the basement." Now, from somewhere below us and behind the building, wood groaned open. Nora was outside, breathing hard into the phone. "Clara, I saw someone by the back corner." "What did they look like?" I asked. "I don't know, hood up, dark coat. They were near the trash bins, then they went toward the house." "There's no back door," Maureen said. Her voice had changed. Before, she'd sounded stern. Now she sounded offended, as if the house itself had broken an agreement. Frank moved to the landing window and wiped rain fog from the glass with his sleeve. His flashlight beam bounced across the stairwell walls, over peeling paint and old framed prints of lighthouses. Can't see the back from here. The apartment door was still nearly closed, blocked at the bottom by Mr. Barlow's stuffed paw. The gray thread tied to the bear's wrist stretched inside along the floor, vanishing into my kitchen. It was thin enough to disappear whenever the flashlight shifted, then glint back into view like fishing line. My mother was still on my phone. "Clara," Ellen said, her voice compressed and tinny, "please, get out of the building. I can't just leave Nora outside, then call her inside somewhere safe. There may be someone downstairs, then get away from the door." Everyone was telling me to move in different directions. Downstairs, outside, away. Stay together. Wait for police. Get the keys. Don't get the keys. My thoughts bumped into each other and jammed. Nora said, "I'm coming to the front." "No," Frank and I said at the same time. A sound came from below. A knock, not on my apartment door, lower, near the first floor. 3 quick taps. Maureen turned toward the stairs. "Who is that?" "Nora," I said into the phone. "I'm still outside by the driveway. I'm not at the front yet." The knock came again. 3 taps. Harder. Frank lifted his flashlight. Could be police. "They wouldn't knock like that," Nora said. "They'd announce." Maureen descended 2 steps, then stopped, torn between protecting her home and obeying her own advice. Frank put a hand on the banister and started down. "Frank," she snapped, "I'm just looking." "No, you're not just anything. You're 74 in slippers." He ignored that, but slowed. That was our first attempt at solving it. Identify who was at the front and get Nora safely inside before whoever was at the rear could reach her. It sounds organized when I put it that way. It was not. It was 5 frightened people trying to turn a narrow stairwell into a plan. The building layout mattered suddenly, in a way it never had when I'd carried groceries in and cursed the 2nd floor climb. The front door opened into a tiny vestibule with mailboxes on the left, then a straight hallway to the Dwyer's apartment door. The stairs rose along the right wall, turned once at a small landing with the window, then continued to my 2nd floor door. Behind the Dwyer's kitchen was the sealed basement access and the back wall facing the trash bins. If someone was outside by the bins, they would have to come around the side to the front unless they had a key to the bulkhead or had found another way in. The knocking became pounding. "Police," a voice shouted from below. We all froze. Relief hit so hard I almost laughed. Then Nora's voice in my ear said, "Clara, I don't see a cruiser." Frank stopped on the stairs. The voice below shouted again, "Portland Police." Open the door. No radio crackle, no partner's voice. No blue lights moving across the stairwell window. Just a man's voice too loud for the cramped hall. Maureen whispered, "That is not how they sounded when my sister called them after her break-in." Frank backed up 1 step. The man pounded again. "Open up." My mouth had gone dry. I could taste cardboard dust from the apartment, or maybe I was imagining it. Nora said, "I'm across the street now. There's no police car. Clara, do not let them in." The pounding stopped. For a moment, Rain filled the space. Then something slid through the mail slot. A rectangle of white paper dropped onto the vestibule floor below with a soft slap. Frank, despite every sensible reason not to, leaned down the stairwell and shone his flashlight toward it. From where I stood, I could see only the flash of white on the dark floorboards. "What is it?" I asked. "Paper," he said. "Photo, maybe. Leave it," Maureen said. But Frank was already 3 steps down again, enough to angle his flashlight. His breath wheezed lightly. The house smelled like wet wool, old wood, and the sharp ozone scent left by the power outage. He read aloud, slower than I wanted. "Clara Hensley, apartment 2. Open now. My name." The first attempt failed right there. Whoever was outside was not police. Whoever was outside knew which apartment was mine. Nora cursed under her breath. "I'm calling 911 again. I'm telling them active break-in." "My phone battery is dying," I said, though no one had asked. "Then stop using the flashlight," Nora said. "I need to see. I need you alive more than informed." It would have been funny on any other night. The phone dropped to 18%. Behind me, inside my apartment, the old ringtone started again from the bedroom. "Here comes the sun," muffled and cheerful, looping once before cutting off. Ellen made a sound I had never heard from her before. A small, strangled noise. Not surprise, recognition. "Mom," I said, "you know what this is?" "No, that was too fast." "I don't know. You lied about the bear to protect you." "From what?" "A stuffed animal." "I don't know from what." That answer made me angrier than a clear lie would have. "That doesn't mean anything." "It means I found things in your room after your father died. Things I couldn't explain and didn't want to explain to a child who was already waking up screaming." Everyone in the stairwell went still around me, but their faces blurred. The rain, the dead lights, the man below, Nora outside. All of it pulled away for half a second, and I was back in my childhood hallway, staring at the strip of light under my mother's bedroom door. "What things?" I asked. Ellen was crying now, quietly. "Notes, hair, that bear in places it shouldn't be. Your father's old work gloves under your pillow. At first I thought you were doing it. I was. I know that now. That now landed badly. The man at the front door hit it with something heavy. The whole frame shuddered. Maureen shouted, 'Get out. Police are coming.' A man laughed from the other side, not loud, not villainous. Just one short breath of amusement. Frank said, 'Upstairs, all of us.' That was our second attempt. Retreat into my apartment, barricade the door, gather evidence and keys, then wait in the most defensible room until police arrived. It was a terrible plan. It was also suddenly the only plan inside the building. "I am not going in there," Maureen said. "We can't stay on the stairs," Frank said. "If he gets through the front, we're trapped between him and whatever's at Clara's door." "Whatever." He said whatever because nobody wanted to say bear, and nobody wanted to say person, and nobody wanted to admit both options were stupid. My apartment door was still blocked by Mr. Barlow's paw. I crouched, every joint in my legs objecting, and grabbed the bear by one ankle through the gap. The gray thread went taut. Something inside the apartment tugged back. Not hard, not enough to pull him from my hand, just enough to tell me the thread was attached to something. I dropped him. "Clara," Nora said, "the thread is tied to something inside. Don't pull it. I wasn't going to. I absolutely had been going to. Frank handed Maureen the flashlight. Hold that steady. He knelt beside me with a grunt that sounded painful. Together, we pushed the door open. The bear dragged inward an inch, then stuck. The thread stretched across the floor into the kitchen, around the leg of the table, and out of sight toward the sink. The smell hit us when the door opened fully. Not rot, not gas. Something medicinal and musty. Rubbing alcohol, old cloth, wet cardboard, and a bitter smell like crushed leaves. The package in the sink had split more widely. Inside was not a second bear exactly. It was stuffing, brown fur, a flattened piece of fabric shaped like part of a torso. Something cut apart and packed too tightly into the box. Frank whispered, "Lord." Maureen stayed in the hallway, flashlight shaking, but trained inside. "Keys," she said. "Grab keys and get out. Nothing else." My keys were still in the ceramic bowl on the kitchen counter. 6 feet in. The wallet beside them. Close enough. I stepped over Mr. Barlow, avoiding the thread. The kitchen floor was cold through my socks where rainwater had blown in earlier on my shoes. A box of utensils sat open by the fridge. The sink held the package, peeled and wet. The gray thread ran from the bear's wrist around the table leg, over the counter edge, and into the package seam. A rig. That was the first rational fact we got that night. Not movement, not magic, a thread. Someone had looped or tied the bear in a way that could pull it from one place to another, or make it seem to move when a door swung or a package shifted. Real, human, planned. The relief lasted less than a second, because someone had set it up inside my locked apartment. I grabbed my keys. A crash exploded below. Wood splintered. Maureen screamed. Frank turned toward the hall, slipped on the edge of the rug, and slammed his shoulder into my doorframe. The sound of bone hitting wood was thick and horrible. He gasped and folded inward. "Frank, I'm fine," he said immediately, which meant he was not. Maureen lunged toward him. The flashlight beam flew across my ceiling and walls. For one moment, it hit my bedroom doorway. Someone stood there, tall, still, head tilted. I made a sound I am not proud of. Then the flashlight swung back, steadied, and showed what it really was. My winter coat hanging from the top corner of a wardrobe box, the hood sagging forward, one sleeve lifted by the draft from the open apartment door. The misdirection lasted maybe 3 seconds, long enough to do damage, long enough for me to backpedal into the kitchen counter and knock a drinking glass to the floor. It shattered around my bare ankle. Pain arrived in bright, hot points. "Clara," Nora shouted through the phone. "It's glass," I said. "I'm okay." I was not okay. A shard had sliced the side of my foot, just below the ankle bone. Blood ran warm into my sock, not a lot, but enough that every step became immediate and sharp. Frank clutched his shoulder, face gray. "Door downstairs." Maureen looked toward the stairwell. "I think he kicked it." A man's voice came from below, inside now. "Clara," not shouting anymore, calling gently. Like we were making him search too hard. My mother heard it through the phone. She said, "Oh God." I pressed the phone closer. "You know him?" "I don't know. Mom, I don't know his voice. But when you were little, after your father died, there was a man who came to the house." "What man?" "A man from the mill. He said he knew your father. He brought things, toys. Your father's jacket. I told him to stop. What was his name? I don't remember. You don't remember. I was grieving, Clara. You threw away my bear because of a man from Dad's work, and you didn't think to mention it. Below, footsteps entered the hallway. Slow, heavy, wet soles on old wood. Frank said, "Inside, shut it." Maureen helped him into my apartment. He was biting the inside of his cheek, trying not to make noise. I shut the door and turned the deadbolt. Then the chain. The chain that had jammed before now slid too easily, as if mocking me. We dragged boxes against the door. Dishes, books, a printer I'd nearly donated twice. My foot left small red half-moons on the floorboards. "Bedroom window," Nora said. "Can you get out the bedroom window?" "Fire department style, onto a porch roof, anything." "No porch, bathroom. There's a tiny window above the tub. It faces the side alley. Can you fit? Maybe a raccoon could. Don't joke. I'm not." We moved deeper into the apartment. The layout. Front door into small living room full of boxes. Kitchen to the left, open to the living room. Short hall straight ahead. Bathroom on the right. Bedroom at the end. Bedroom closet on the left wall. 2 windows facing the back lot and trash bins. The safest place should have been the bedroom, farthest from the entry. But the ringtone had come from there. The closet noise had come from there. The bear had started there. So we chose the bathroom. That was the 3rd attempt, though barely a plan. Shelter in the bathroom, call police again. Keep one barrier between us and the hall. It partially worked because the bathroom had a lock. It failed because the bathroom had no exit, no charger, and my phone had 9%. I handed Frank a towel for his shoulder. Maureen wrapped it around him with brisk, shaking hands. He winced so hard his lips disappeared. "Dislocated?" I asked. "Bruised," he said. "Frank." "Fine, then. Maybe worse than bruised." Maureen's eyes flashed. "This is why I said don't go up." "I know, do you?" "Maureen." Their argument was whispered and intimate, and for some reason that made me want to cry. Nora came through the phone again. "Clara, I'm with a neighbor across the street. Police said units are en route. They know someone forced entry. Can you see the building?" "Yes. The front door is open. There's someone in the entry, I think. I can't wait." "What?" He turned off a flashlight. I lost him. Side my apartment, something tapped against the living room side of the door. Once, then again. Not a kick, not a shoulder, a polite knock. "Clara," the man called. Maureen covered her mouth. Frank reached for the toilet tank lid with his good arm. It scraped porcelain as he lifted it free. A weapon. A bad one, but real. My mother was still on the call. She had gone quiet enough that I thought she might have muted herself, but then she said, "Ask him about August." I almost laughed from shock. "What?" "If he knew your father, ask him about August." "Why? Your father died in August. The man came in October, but he kept saying he was sorry about what happened in August, like he wanted me to know he knew." The knock came again. "Clara Margaret," the man said, my full name, warmly, patiently. Something in me cracked open. I stepped out of the bathroom before anyone could stop me. Not far, just into the hall, with the bathroom door open behind me and Frank whispering my name like a curse. "What happened in August?" I called. Silence. The apartment seemed to listen. Then the man said from the other side of the front door, "Your mother should have told you." Ellen sobbed once. The phone battery dropped to 4%. "What's your name?" I asked. A pause. The answer came softly. "You used to know me." "I didn't." "You did. You broke into my apartment. I brought back what was yours." The boxes against the front door shifted. One moved an inch, then stopped. He was pushing from outside, testing the barricade. Frank staggered into the hall behind me, tank lid raised. "Back up." The man chuckled. "Frank Dwyer. Bad shoulder now, huh?" Frank's face emptied. Maureen whispered, "How does he know your name?" Because he had watched us. Because he had heard us. Because he had been close enough. The answer arrived as a draft against my bare, cut ankle. From behind us. From the bedroom. The window. I turned. At the end of the hall, through the bedroom doorway, the curtains moved inward. Rain blew through the open window, tapping hard against the sill. The bottom sash, which I was sure had been locked, sat raised about 6 inches. Not enough for a person to climb through. Enough to run thread. Enough to pass something small. Enough to listen. On the floor beneath it sat my old cracked smartphone, the one I had used in college, its screen lit with a low battery warning and the old ringtone settings open. Beside it, arranged neatly on my pillow, was Mr. Barlow. Again. Only now the bear's repaired back seam had been cut open, and tucked into the exposed stuffing was a folded piece of yellowed paper. My current phone died in my hand. The screen went black. The call dropped, taking Nora, my mother, and the dispatcher's invisible promise with it. At the front door, the boxes shoved inward another inch. At the bedroom window, a gloved hand appeared under the raised sash and pushed it higher. We had nowhere left to retreat that did not lead deeper into my apartment. The gloved hand under my bedroom window did not look real at first. It looked staged, like everything else had been staged. A black work glove, rain shining on the knuckles, fingers curling under the old wooden sash with patient pressure. The window rose another inch with a wet scrape, and cold air pushed down the hall carrying the smell of gutters, soaked leaves, and the sour metal tang of the trash bins below. At the front door, the boxes shifted again. 1 inch, then another, 2 entrances, 1 hallway, 3 of us in the middle, and one of us barely able to lift his right arm. Frank's face had gone the color of old paper. He held the toilet tank lid against his hip like it weighed 50 pounds, jaw clenched so hard the muscle jumped near his ear. Maureen stood behind him with a plunger in both hands, ridiculous and fierce, her housecoat twisted around her knees. I had my dead phone in one hand and my keys in the other, my cut foot leaving tacky prints on the floorboards. The bear sat on my pillow at the end of the hall, Mr. Barlow. His back seam gaped open. The folded yellow paper tucked inside him fluttered whenever the window draft touched it, like it was breathing. "Bathroom," Frank whispered. "No," I said. He looked at me. "Clara, if we go in there, he comes through the window or the door and chooses when to open us up." Maureen swallowed. Then what? I did not know. That was the truth. I had spent my whole adult life preparing for emergencies in small, private ways. Extra locks, charged battery packs, screenshots of addresses, keeping my keys in the same place, checking rideshare license plates twice. And none of it had prepared me for a man using my childhood toy like a leash. The bedroom window rose higher. A face ducked into the gap. Not all the way, just enough to show a pale forehead under a dark hood, rain-dark hair stuck to skin, one eye scanning the room from below the sash. He was outside on something. A ladder, maybe, or the trash bins dragged beneath the window. He could not fit through yet, but he was working on it. "Clara Margaret," he called from the front door at the same time. My stomach twisted. Two voices. No, not two voices. One voice from the front, and the face at the window did not speak. The man at the window was breathing hard, shoulders hunched, using both hands now to push. Then I understood. There were two of them. Maureen understood a heartbeat later. Oh, God, Frank's hand tightened on the porcelain lid. Bedroom first. The front door barricade shoved inward again. The printer box tipped. Books spilled with heavy thuds. Whoever was at the door had strength and time. The person at the window had less time. The sash stuck halfway, swollen from rain. I moved before I could think myself out of it. The hallway was only 10 feet, maybe 12, from bathroom to bedroom. It felt longer with my ankle screaming every time I put weight on it. I grabbed the loose end of the gray thread from the floor where it ran toward the bear and yanked. The bear jerked off the pillow and flew sideways. So did the yellow paper. The man at the window flinched. It was such a small thing, not a victory, not even close. But his head snapped toward the movement, and that gave Frank enough time to limp past me into the bedroom and slam the toilet tank lid against the window sash. The porcelain cracked on impact. The sash slammed down. The man outside screamed, not a movie scream, a blunt, ugly sound, full of pain and surprise. His gloved fingers vanished from the sill. Something metal clattered against the wall outside, then down to the pavement below. Frank staggered back, gasping. "Got his hand," he said. Then he sat down hard on the floor. Maureen rushed to him. "Frank, I'm fine. You are never fine when you say that." Blood appeared on his left palm where the cracked tank lid had cut him. His shoulder hung wrong beneath the robe now, lower than it should have. His breath came in short, wet pulls. At the front door, the man stopped pushing. For 3 seconds, the apartment held still. Then he started laughing. Not because anything was funny, because he had heard the other man scream, because the game had changed, and he enjoyed change. "Should have told you about August," he called. His voice was closer now, right against the door. I could hear his mouth shape the words through the wood. I looked at the yellow paper on the bedroom floor. It had landed near my foot, unfolded slightly. I picked it up with shaking fingers. It was a photograph, old, creased, yellowed around the edges. My father stood outside a mill building in Millinocket, younger than I could properly remember him, wearing a gray work jacket and holding me at maybe 4 years old on his hip. I had a red beret in my hair, and Mr. Barlow clutched under one arm. Beside us stood another man, tall and narrow, one hand resting on my shoulder. I knew that hand, not in the way you know a person, in the way your body remembers being touched by someone you cannot name. Too firm. Fingers spread over the collarbone, claiming space. On the back, written in black marker, were 4 words. "She remembers the closet." My vision narrowed. The bedroom closet door was open. Inside hung jackets, sweaters, a plastic garment bag, ordinary things. But behind the hanging clothes, the back panel looked different now that the flashlight from Frank's dropped hand lay on the floor, angled low. A square cut into the wall. A crawlspace access panel. I had not noticed it before because boxes had been stacked in front of the closet all week. The panel was open by maybe 3 inches. A house sound came from behind it. A shifting weight. Someone had been inside my walls. The misdirection snapped into place with horrible clarity. The bear moving, the old phone, the thread through the window. The package. Some of it from outside, yes. Some from the front door. But some from the crawl space. Not supernatural. Worse. A person with access. I backed out of the bedroom, photograph crushed in my hand. "Frank," I said, "there's a panel in the closet." His eyes closed for half a second. "Old service crawl. Runs along the back wall. You knew, forgot. It's been sealed for years. It's open." Maureen made a small, furious noise. "Sealed by who?" He did not answer fast enough. The front door bucked hard. The chain snapped. One of the stacked boxes collapsed inward. The door opened 6 inches before the printer jammed against it. A crowbar slid through the gap, hooked around cardboard, and dragged. "Bathroom," Maureen said. This time nobody argued. We moved fast and badly. Frank could barely stand. Maureen got under his good arm and hauled him up with a strength that looked like anger. I grabbed the old smartphone from the bedroom floor, the photograph, and the bear because I could not leave it there, because I hated it, because the note inside it had turned it into proof. The man at the window began climbing again. I heard him outside, cursing through his teeth. The front door widened another few inches. A pale hand came through, long fingers, no glove, a man's voice, soft and almost affectionate. "Clara, stop making this difficult." I threw my keys at his hand. Not a smart throw, not heroic. A panicked snap of my arm. The keys hit his knuckles, and he jerked back with a sharp curse. Maureen shoved me into the bathroom. Frank followed, half falling. We slammed the door and locked it. The bathroom was tiny. Clawfoot tub on the left, sink on the right, toilet straight ahead, frosted window high above the tub, cracked open an inch for steam. The 3 of us barely fit. The air filled quickly with sweat, wet wool, blood, and the chemical lemon of toilet cleaner. Frank sat on the closed toilet lid, clutching his shoulder. Maureen braced her back against the door. I climbed into the tub, foot slipping on porcelain, and pushed at the tiny window. It opened outward 2 more inches. Rust screamed from the hinge. Too small, like I had said, maybe a raccoon, but sound could get out. I shoved the old smartphone through the gap as far as my arm could reach and pressed the power button. The screen lit. 1%, no service, of course. Then I saw the emergency call option. Maybe even without service from my carrier. Maybe enough to ping. My thumb smeared blood across the cracked glass as I tapped. The phone dialed. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then, faintly, impossibly, a dispatcher's voice came through the tinny speaker. 911. "What is your emergency?" I nearly sobbed. "This is Clara Hensley," I said, shouting toward the window, old phone wedged in my palm. "Apartment 2, 48 Larch Street, Portland. Active break-in. 3 people trapped in bathroom. 1 injured, 1 man at front door, One outside bedroom window, possible third in crawl space. Stay on the line. The phone's dying. Units are close. Stay on the line as long as you can. A crash came from the living room. The front door gave. Boxes tumbled. Something glass broke. Maureen pressed both hands against the bathroom door as if her body could become a lock. Frank lifted his head. Clara, what? The sink cabinet. What? Under your kitchen sink. You said bleach. I stared at him. Bleach and ammonia, he asked. No ammonia, just bleach. Spray cleaner. Yeah. Don't mix them, Maureen snapped automatically. Because that is what practical people say, even during home invasion. I'm not making gas, Frank said through his teeth. I'm saying slick floor. It took me a second. Then I understood. Improvisation. Bad, messy, desperate. But something. The bathroom door rattled. A fist hit it once. Clara, the man said. He was inside now, close enough that I could hear him breathing. My old phone screen flickered. Sirens, Maureen whispered. I listened. Rain, footsteps. The man in the hallway, no sirens. Clara, he said again. Open the door and I'll leave the old couple out of this. Frank began to stand. Maureen shoved him back down. Absolutely not. The man laughed softly. I remember you smaller. I pressed my forehead to the bathroom wall. There it was. The sentence that broke something open. A closet. Dark wool coats around my face. My father's work jacket smelling like smoke, oil, and winter air. A man kneeling in front of me, finger to his lips. Mr. Barlow pushed into my arms. Quiet game, he whispered. Your dad said you're good at quiet games. Memory is not a film. It is splinters under skin. You don't see the whole thing, you feel where it entered. You were in our house, I said through the door. Silence. Frank and Maureen stared at me. You came after my dad died, I said. You hid things in my room. The doorknob moved slowly. I kept you company, he said, my mouth filled with bile. The old smartphone died. The tiny screen went black. No dispatcher. No Nora, no mother. No promise, just us. Bathroom door shuddered under a shoulder. Once. Twice. The frame cracked near the latch. I looked at Frank. Then at Maureen. Then at the small shelf over the toilet. Shaving cream left by the last tenant, a scented candle in a glass jar, a half-used bottle of rubbing alcohol I'd unpacked for cleaning cuts. Rubbing alcohol, a candle, a lighter, no lighter. I didn't smoke. The matches were in the kitchen junk drawer. The door hit again. The latch plate bent. Maureen's feet slid on the tile. Move, I said. What? On 3, move away. Clara, I'm going to open it. No, we can't wait for him to break it. We choose when. Frank looked at me, eyes bright with pain. He nodded once. I grabbed the plunger from Maureen, the alcohol bottle from the shelf, and twisted the cap off with my teeth. The smell punched up sharp and medical. I poured it onto the tile in front of the door. Not enough to do anything dramatic. Enough to make the floor slick. I kept the bottle. The next impact cracked the doorframe. 1, I whispered. Maureen stepped toward the tub. 2. Frank raised the broken toilet tank lid with his left hand. 3. I unlocked the door and yanked it inward. The man fell forward because he had been leaning into the next hit. He was tall, late 50s maybe, rainwater dripping from his hood, face gaunt and lined around the mouth. No mask. That offended me in a strange way. He wanted me to see him. He wanted recognition. His shoes hit the alcohol slick tile. He slipped, not fully. He caught himself on the sink, but the slip lowered him. Frank swung. The broken porcelain lid hit the side of the man's head with a dense crack. He went down on one knee. Maureen screamed and brought the plunger handle down across his wrist. Something snapped, or maybe the sound was the handle. The crowbar clanged onto the tile. The man grabbed my ankle. Pain detonated up my cut foot. I fell backward into the tub, slamming my elbow on the faucet. White sparks burst in my vision. He pulled, and my injured foot slid through his grip, blood making it slick. I kicked with the other foot, heel to face. Once, he grunted again. His nose broke under my heel with a wet crunch. Frank hit him a second time, weaker but enough. Maureen grabbed the crowbar and dragged it away. "Run," Frank shouted. We ran, not cleanly, not fast. Frank staggered. Maureen held him. I limped and half-hopped, clutching Mr. Barlow under one arm like a child fleeing a fire. The living room was wrecked. Boxes torn open, books everywhere. The front door hung crooked. Rain blew in from the bedroom window and moved through the apartment in cold sheets. From the bedroom came the second man, the one from outside, struggling through the window now with one hand wrapped in a dark towel. He saw us and froze. He was younger, 30s, maybe 40, thin beard, scared eyes. That mattered. He looked scared, not devoted, not monstrous, scared. The older man in the bathroom shouted, "Evan." The younger man flinched. Evan, a name. Maureen moved toward the front door with Frank. Evan stepped into the hall, blocking the way by accident or instruction. In his uninjured hand was a roll of gray upholstery thread. Everything in him seemed to ask permission from someone else. "Move," I said. He didn't. From behind us, the older man groaned and started to get up. The point of the crowbar rested near Maureen's foot. She looked at it, looked at Evan. Then she did something I will love her for until I die. She threw the crowbar down the hallway past Evan, not at him. He turned toward the sound. Frank slammed into him shoulder first with the side that was already injured. The cost was immediate. Frank cried out and collapsed, but Evan went into the wall hard enough to knock the wind out of him. His head struck the doorframe. He slid down, dazed. Maureen grabbed Frank under both arms and pulled. I got the front door open. We spilled into the stairwell. The power came back on, all at once. Hall light buzzing overhead, downstairs television blaring, refrigerator hum from my apartment. The sudden brightness made everything uglier and more real. Blood on my sock. Frank's robe torn at the shoulder. Maureen's hands shaking around his chest. Evan curled by my bedroom door. The older man stumbling out of the bathroom with blood pouring over one eye. He saw the lit hallway, saw us on the stairs, saw he had lost the dark. His face changed, not fear, grief. "You remember now," he said. I held the bear tighter, and for 1 second I was afraid I would answer him. Then Nora appeared at the bottom of the stairs with 2 uniformed officers behind her. She looked soaked to the bone, hair plastered to her face, one hand bleeding where she must have scraped it on something outside. Her eyes found me, then Frank, then the man in my doorway. The officers shouted commands. "Show your hands." Down, on the floor. The older man did not obey at first. He looked at me as if the police were a rude interruption. Then Maureen, still holding Frank upright, screamed with everything in her. "Get on the floor, you sick bastard." That seemed to reach him more than the guns. He lowered slowly. The officers took him down hard, but not theatrically. Knees, cuffs, radio chatter. One officer moved past us toward Evan. Another asked me if anyone else was inside. I tried to answer and couldn't make words line up. Nora came up the stairs and grabbed me. I made a sound against her shoulder that was not crying yet. Something before crying, something animal and embarrassed. "You're okay," she said, though I was. Frank groaned on the step below us. "Ambulance," Maureen snapped at the nearest officer. Now, his shoulder's out, and she's bleeding. The older man on my living room floor turned his head against the boards. His eye was swelling shut. Blood bubbled at his broken nose. "August," I said. He smiled with red teeth. "Your father found out," he whispered. An officer pushed his face back down. "Stop talking." But he had already done what he wanted. He had put the next question in me. In the bright hallway, with police inside my ruined apartment and Nora holding me upright, I looked down at Mr. Barlow. The bear's split back hung open. Stuffing poked out in damp clumps. The photograph was still clutched in my fist, creased and bloody. Inside the bear, deeper than the photo had been, something hard pressed against my forearm. A small object hidden in the stuffing. I reached in before anyone could stop me and pulled it free. A brass house key. Old, tarnished, familiar. The key to my mother's house in Millinocket. Not a copy. The original with the red nail polish dot she'd painted on it when I was little so I could tell front from back. Nora whispered, "Clara." I looked at the old man being cuffed in my living room. I looked at Evan, dazed and crying by the bedroom door. I looked at Frank on the stairs, hurt because he had chosen to help me. Maureen beside him, furious and terrified and alive. The officers had the men. The apartment was secure. The immediate threat was over. But the key sat cold and wet in my palm, proof that whatever door this had opened had never really been closed. The ambulance smelled like vinyl, antiseptic, and wet wool. That is the first thing I remember clearly after the police took the men out of my apartment. Not their names, not the questions, not even Nora's hand gripping mine so hard her knuckles went pale. Just that smell, and the way the rear doors of the ambulance framed my building like a photograph I wanted to tear in half. Red lights moved over the blue siding. Rain streaked down the windows. My second-floor bedroom glowed bright from the police floodlights. And from the street, it looked less like my home than a room on display. A paramedic named Jamie O'Connell, 29, male, crouched in front of me and cut away my bloody sock with small, blunt scissors. He had a shaved head, tired eyes, and the careful voice of someone used to talking people through pain without making it sound like a favor. "This is going to sting," he said. "I guessed that from the bottle in your hand." He gave me the smallest smile. "Fair." Then he cleaned the cut. I did not scream. I did, however, say a word my mother would have pretended not to hear. Nora Price, 33, female, sat beside me on the ambulance bench with a blanket around her shoulders, rainwater still dripping from the ends of her hair. She had a scrape across the heel of her left hand, where she'd fallen crossing the driveway in the dark. But she kept insisting it was decorative. Every time I looked toward the building, she touched my sleeve, not stopping me, just reminding me I was still in my body. "You need stitches," Jamie said. "How many?" "Probably 4, maybe 5. "Great. Could have been worse." Nora leaned close. "Nobody says that unless it was already bad." Jamie taped gauze over my ankle. "She's not wrong." Across the narrow street, neighbors stood under umbrellas and on porches, watching with the helpless hunger people get when something awful happens close enough to smell, but not close enough to be theirs. Frank Dwyer, 74 male, was in the second ambulance with Maureen standing at the open door, arguing with another paramedic about whether she could ride with him. Frank's shoulder had been dislocated. His left hand needed stitches too. He looked gray and furious, like his own body had betrayed him in public. Maureen Dwyer, 72 female, had a bruise darkening along one forearm where the older man had slammed into the bathroom door. She refused medical treatment 3 times, then allowed someone to check her blood pressure only after Nora said, "Ma'am, you can bully them better if you don't pass out." Maureen stared at her. Then she held out her arm. The police found the younger man, Evan Marlowe, wedged half-conscious between my wardrobe boxes and the bedroom wall, one hand badly crushed from the window sash. The older man was named Peter Voss, 61, former maintenance mechanic at the paper mill in Millinocket, where my father had worked before he died. I learned their names from Detective Laura Baines, 46, female, who arrived just after midnight wearing a raincoat over plain clothes, and the expression of someone who had already decided not to let the weirdest details distract her from the ordinary crimes underneath. She spoke to me first in the back of the ambulance, then again at Maine Medical Center, while a doctor put 5 stitches into my ankle. "Voss has a prior stalking complaint from the early 2000s, she said. "From my mother?" "No, from another woman in Penobscot County. It didn't go far." "Why?" Detective Baines gave me a look that was not unkind. "Because a lot of cases don't." I appreciated that she did not dress it up. By 2:30 a.m., I was in a hospital exam room with a paper cup of water, a throbbing ankle, and a plastic evidence bag on the counter that held the brass key from Mr. Barlow's stuffing. My bear was gone too, taken into evidence along with the photograph, the old smartphone, the gray thread, the split package, the crowbar, and the paper Voss had pushed through the mail slot. Nora sat in the visitor chair and kept checking her phone, not because she was bored, but because sitting still made her worse. "My wife says I'm not allowed to die before breakfast," she said. "That seems reasonable. She also says you're sleeping at our place. I have to talk to my mother. You can do that from our couch." I didn't argue. I was too tired to perform independence convincingly. Detective Baines returned with coffee she clearly did not expect me to drink. We reached Ellen Hensley. Local officers are with her now. I straightened too fast, and pain pulled through my ankle. "Is she okay?" "She's shaken, but physically unharmed." There were no signs of forced entry at her house. The key. We're still determining how Voss got it. Your mother says she thought that key had been missing for years. Nora made a small, skeptical sound. Baines noticed, but did not react. Ms. Hensley is willing to give a formal statement tomorrow. She knew more than she said, I said. The detective waited. I looked at the floor. My stitched foot was wrapped and elevated on a folded blanket. Dried blood marked the edge of my jeans. I'm not saying she helped him. I'm saying she hid things. For years. That may be true. Is that illegal? Sometimes no. Sometimes yes. Often it's complicated. That was the word everyone used when something was too ugly to summarize. Ellen arrived at the hospital just after 4 a.m, escorted by a Millinocket officer who looked relieved to hand her off. My mother entered the exam room in jeans, a raincoat, and no makeup, her gray blonde hair flattened on one side from sleep. She looked smaller than I remembered. Not frail, just reduced, like the night had taken a percentage from her. Ellen Hensley, 61, female, stood in the doorway and looked at my bandaged ankle first, then my face. "Oh, Clara," she said. I had imagined being angry when I saw her. I had built whole speeches in the space between stitches. But when she crossed the room, I let her hug me because my body chose before my pride did. She smelled like cold rain and the lavender detergent she had used my entire life. For a few seconds, I was a child again in the safest version of the memory. Then I remembered the photograph, the note, the key. I pulled back. "You need to tell me all of it." Ellen nodded once, like she had known this bill would come due. We waited until Detective Baines returned. Nora stayed too, at my request. My mother looked embarrassed by that, but I did not give her room to object. Ellen told us Peter Voss had worked with my father in maintenance. After my father died in an industrial accident in August of 2000, Voss started visiting. At first, he brought food, paperwork, tools my father had supposedly borrowed. Then toys. Small things for me, a plastic horse, a music box, replacement buttons for one of my coats, things no coworker should have known were missing. "He said your father had talked about you all the time," Ellen said. "At first, I thought he was grieving too. But then I'd find him in places he shouldn't be. The porch, the garage. Once, the hallway outside your room." My mouth went dry. "He said he was checking on us," she continued. "He said your father had asked him to." "Did Dad?" "No," she said it quickly. Certain. Detective Baines wrote something down. "Did you report him?" "Once, informally. I talked to someone from the sheriff's office. They told him to stop coming by." "And did he, for a while?" "For how long?" Ellen folded her hands together so tightly the knuckles whitened. "Until things started appearing in Clara's room. The old work gloves, the shifted toys. Mr. Barlow tucked under my arm when I remembered leaving him elsewhere. I thought Clara was doing some of it," Ellen said, and could not look at me. Not maliciously. I thought grief was making her act out. Then I found a roll of thread under the radiator and a thin line run through the window latch. He'd been making things move from outside. Nora muttered, "Jesus." I said nothing. Ellen's eyes filled. I threw the bear away because I found one of his notes sewn inside it. "What did it say?" She shook her head. "I don't remember exactly." "You remember." Her face tightened. "Tell me." Ellen looked at Detective Baines, then at me. "It said, she keeps secrets better than you." Nobody spoke for a moment. The hospital made its little night sounds around us. Wheels squeaking in the hallway, a distant cough, the electrical hum of a vending machine. Ordinary life continuing with its back turned. "What did I see?" I asked. Ellen's lips parted, then closed. Detective Baines said, "Ms. Hensley, answer only what you know." My mother nodded gratefully, then looked at me. "I don't know. I think Voss believed you saw him arguing with your father before the accident. Maybe near a supply closet at the mill picnic. Maybe at the house. You were little, Clara, 4, maybe 5. After your father died, he became fixated on whether you remembered him." "Why now?" That answer came from Detective Baines. "Voss was released from a civil hold 18 months ago. He lived in Bangor for a while. Evan Marlowe is his nephew. Evan claims his uncle told him this was about returning stolen family property." "Stolen? The bear?" Nora leaned forward. "That makes no sense." "No," Baines said, "but it may explain why Evan helped without understanding the full context. We'll see how much of that holds after formal interviews." It did not tie everything up neatly. Real things rarely do. Voss had found me through public records after my move, probably helped by mail forwarding and careless online breadcrumbs. Evan had rented a ladder, watched the building, and helped rig the bedroom window with thread. Voss had entered the building before the outage by forcing the old basement bulkhead from the back, then moving through the service crawl Frank had forgotten existed. He had planted the old phone, the package, and the bear while I was at the grocery store, then used the power outage as cover. The outage itself, police later told me, was caused by a tree limb 2 blocks away. Bad luck. Nothing more cinematic than wet wood and old wires. That almost made it worse. By noon the next day, Frank had his arm in a sling and 3 stitches in his palm. He apologized to me from his hospital bed for forgetting about the crawl space. "You got hurt helping me," I said. He looked offended. "That isn't the same thing." Maureen stood beside him with a coffee she had not touched. "We're having the whole building inspected. Every panel, every latch, every stupid little hidey hole." "Maureen," Frank said. "What?" "You said hidey hole to a detective." And I meant it. I laughed then. Not because it was funny enough, because something in me needed a crack to let air through. 2 days later, Nora drove me back to the apartment to collect essentials. I used crutches badly and cursed at every stair. The front door had a temporary plywood patch. My bedroom window was boarded from the inside. Police tape residue stuck to the doorframe in pale yellow smears. The apartment smelled like damp cardboard and fingerprint powder. I packed clothes, my work laptop, medication, chargers, and the mug I liked. Nora walked room to room with me, not hovering exactly, but never more than a few steps away. In the bedroom, the pillowcase was gone, taken into evidence. The mattress was bare except for a faint dent where Mr. Barlow had sat. I stood there longer than I meant to. Nora said, "You don't have to stay here again. I signed a year lease. I will personally bully your landlord. He's already offered to let me out." "Good. I'll bully him anyway for sport," I smiled, but it didn't last. My mother called every day after that. At first, I didn't answer. Then I answered and let her talk about practical things. Insurance, police forms, whether I had enough ibuprofen, whether Nora's couch was comfortable. circled the real conversation like people walking around broken glass. On the 5th day, I finally said, "You should have told me." "I know." "No, not I know like that fixes it. You let me think I was the strange thing in the house." There was silence on her end. Then she said, "I thought if I made it small, it would become small." I sat on Nora's couch with my stitched ankle propped on 2 pillows, watching her terrier sleep with his chin on my backpack. "It didn't," I said. "No, I need time." "I know." This time, when she said it, she sounded like she did. Peter Voss was charged with burglary, stalking, assault, evidence tampering, and a list of related crimes that looked both impressive and insufficient on paper. Evan Marlowe agreed to cooperate, though Detective Baines warned me that cooperation did not mean innocence. Voss's name started appearing in local news blurbs for exactly 1 news cycle, framed as man arrested after bizarre home invasion. Bizarre was doing a lot of work. It always does. The bear remained in evidence. I thought I would want it back. Then, when Detective Baines asked weeks later, I realized I didn't. "Destroy it when you can," I said. She looked at me carefully. "Are you sure?" "No," I said, "but do it anyway." That night, I slept in Nora's guest room with the door open and the hall light on. I woke twice. Once because the dog barked at a delivery truck. Once because the house creaked in a way that sounded almost like a footstep. Both times, nothing was there. That is the part people don't tell you about surviving something. The threat can be over and still leave behind 1,000 tiny alarms. A thread on your sweater, a package at the door, a child's toy in a thrift store window, your own name printed too correctly on an envelope. Months later, I moved into a smaller apartment in South Portland, on the 3rd floor of a brick building, with sealed windows and cameras in the lobby. I keep my keys in a bowl by the door. I check the lock once before bed. Then, most nights, I make myself stop. I still talk to my mother on Sundays. Not every Sunday, not like before, but enough. She is in therapy now, which she says like a confession, and I hear like a beginning. Frank and Maureen moved to a condo with no crawl spaces. Maureen sent me a photo of Frank asleep in a recliner with his sling still on, and a caption that read, "Hero, snoring." Nora printed it and stuck it on my fridge. Life became ordinary again, in the suspicious way ordinary does after you learn how easily it can be entered. A week after the charges were filed, Detective Baines mailed me copies of my recovered property list. I read it at my kitchen table, with the window cracked and traffic hissing on wet pavement below. One item caught my eye near the bottom. One brass house key with red enamel marking, recovered from stuffed bear. Under notes, someone had typed, "Key does not match current locks at Ellen Hensley residence." I called my mother. She checked while I waited on the line. Front door, back door, garage, basement. None of them. "I must have changed that lock years ago," she said. "Maybe, Clara, it's okay." But after we hung up, I sat there for a long time with the paper in front of me. The key had been familiar. I knew the red polished dot. I knew the feel of it. Maybe memory lies. Maybe Voss had kept an old key to a door that no longer existed. Maybe somewhere in my mother's house, there was another lock we had forgotten about. I folded the property list and put it in a drawer beneath my takeout menus, because not every question can be answered without letting it own the room. That night, before bed, I heard a soft thump from my bedroom. I stood in the hallway for almost a full minute, one hand on the wall, listening. No music, no breathing, no scrape of thread, just the heat kicking on, a pipe knocking in the wall, the city outside, wet and indifferent. When I finally made myself look, my pillow was empty. The thump had been a paperback sliding off the nightstand. I picked it up, set it back, and stood there breathing until my hands stopped shaking. Then I turned off the light, not because I was cured, because the dark was only dark. Most nights, that has to be enough. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.